Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome. You are on the mountain with Rick, and it is time for World Building Wednesdays. But first, coffee. We have Sharn with us right now. We may or may not have Ben joining shortly. We may or may not also have Kevin dropping by as usual. And we, furthermore, may or may not be joined by somebody new. We are excited to meet Chris, and maybe y'all will get to meet him
Yeah.
too, to all zero people that are currently in the audience.
With any luck, because he the moment I mentioned it, he seemed keen. So yeah, looking forward to getting Chris on board.
I have been trying to get some people around here, but it has not been not been fruitful,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah. But like I said, I met him on the Baldur's Gate server to play Baldur's Gate, and he's a Baldur's Gate modder.
Yeah, and
So we're
that's
going to play
definitely
a
a.
modded Asimar playthrough on Baldur's Gate. So yeah, when I mentioned Pathfinder, he seemed keen.
If only my potato could Baldur's Gate. One of these days. When the
One of
game
these
is
days.
15 years old, I'll be able to play it.
Yeah. Goodness, the technological advances in between now and then. Because if you think of like where we were up to, where like 15 years ago, sort of that was when smartphones were like just becoming like a really mainstream thing.
Yeah.
Was 15 years ago compared to now. It's
Yeah,
like
2008. Fuck. MySpace was king of the internet in 2008.
yeah, Blu-rays had only just sort of come out. So, yeah, the technological advances in between then and now are huge. Imagine 15 years from now, it'd be nuts. That's
Whoa.
the one thing.
Whoa. Fucking September 10th, 2008, the Large Hadron Collider was turned on.
That was the
15
year that was
years
turned on for the first time.
15
Wow.
years ago the LHC came online. That's fucking crazy. Everything that we have learned from that motherfucker has all come in
Yep.
15 years. And
That's the one thing. Yep. That's the
Obama
one thing
won in
I'm loving
2008.
about being in this generation is just seeing all the crazy stuff that's just. Uh, when I was born, like, we were still on friggin' VHS and tape decks.
Oh my god. The MCU started in 2008. Iron Man, the first one, came out.
Yep.
Oh my god. Breaking Bad started.
So many things that feel like as if, like, yes, they were like recent, but really also they feel like as if they were a long time ago at the same time. And
Michael
it's like,
Phelps
that
wins
was
the
just
Olympics
15
happened
years.
in 2008. Oh, and new and Usain Bolt. Like I vividly remember that Olympics. I watched the shit out of that Olympics. That's the one where Michael Phelps won 8 fucking gold medals. And then Usain Bolt just made everybody else look like they were walking. Motherfucker set a new world record of 9.69 seconds
Yep.
in a 100-meter dash. broke 10.
I'm very much looking forward to the next 15 years and seeing how just everything develops. Because, yeah, we're definitely in the generation of just vast, vast technological changes over a single generation.
That honestly might have been like one of the best times of my life. I was living. I had I had the master bedroom in this 4 bedroom or 3 bedroom house. And I had one roommate there, and then the garage had also been converted into a room, and I had someone there, but the third inside bedroom was empty, and so I had a 12-seater dining room table in the room, and we played poker there every night, and I was like starting out my day by waking up, smoking a blunt in bed, then and like I'd put them out like a quarter of the way down, because then I would go to the bathroom, smoke another blunt as I took a shit, and then smoke another blunt as I shower, and then smoke another blunt as I'm making my coffee with weed in the coffee and weed in the water, and then smoke another blunt as I was ironing my uniform, and then I would walk to work. I was waiting at Red Lobster at the time, and then I would go home and watch the fucking Olympics and just fucking smoke and fucking chill and then play some fucking poker. And
Wow, doing wake and bakes, Jesus. If
all
I do
day,
a
every
wake,
day. Like I was going
if I did
through
a
a
wake and bake,
couple
I'd be like,
ounces a
no,
week.
I am not doing anything.
I was going through like a couple ounces a week then.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'd be like,
I
oh,
had I,
wake and bake? No, no, there needs to be nothing on my calendar, and there needs to be someone else taking the reins, because God forbid I get a phone call.
I no, I'm definitely one of those smoke and do everything type of things. Like it doesn't matter what I'm doing, I can smoke.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Uh,
You ever see a $20 bill, man?
Sounds
You ever
like
see
fun
a
though.
$20 bill on weed? There's a guy in the bushes. What's he doing there? I don't know. Blue team, go! Blue team, go! All right, so
2008, I was traveling New Zealand.
that's what you were doing. Cool. How
Yeah,
much of New
spent
Zealand
like
did you explore?
I only spent like a week on the North Island, but then I spent like 6 months in the South Island.
Cool.
Yeah, it's good fun.
What was your favorite place that you came across?
I think Dartmouth. It was the scene of Isengard for Lord of the Rings, and
Okay.
the area around there is just gorgeous. And I went horseback riding and whitewater river rafting and stuff, and it's just a fucking fairyland there.
Cool.
Yeah.
I have obviously never been, but I would love to. Like there was at one point when Google Maps kind of came out, and I started fucking around with it a lot, and was like, where in the world would I want to fucking put down roots? And it was like the little island off of New Zealand, South Island.
Stewart Island, yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Stewart Island's awesome. Although no cats, no dogs, because they've got like really rare fucking non-flying ground birds there. So
Oh,
it's sort of like, oh, you want domesticated pets? Guess what? You're getting a fish.
I love fish. So it's yeah, it's not the same as a cat or a dog though. Like I got three
No.
goldfish and oh my god, they've gotten chunky.
I think you're allowed certain dogs, but it's like they've got very like specific. You could only have these certain breeds that are like very not prone to hunting or
Yeah, and
hunting
that
or
totally makes
especially
sense.
not bird hunting.
Totally makes sense. You definitely don't want to bring a fucking like a hunting breed to an island that is the only home of a non-migratory species.
Yeah, it's like this is the only flightless parrot in the world, the Kia.
Oh, it's a parrot too. That's cool.
Yeah,
And
it's
like,
a
are they
flightless brown
endangered
parrot called the
or
Kia.
anything like that, or like, can you have a
They're
pet
not so
of
much.
them?
It's not so much that they're endangered anymore. It's just the fact that they don't really live in very many places around the world because they are a ground parrot. So foxes and whatnot eat them. So Stewart Island doesn't have any foxes, doesn't have any rats,
Yeah,
sort of thing. Doesn't have any cats, no wild goats or anything that would impede on the sort of thing. But anywhere else, if they tried to reintroduce them, it wouldn't work because of all the introduced pests. Like New Zealand has a really bad issue with rabbits and possums and rats. So
because there's no natural
and
predators for them.
yeah, exactly. So Kiwis and Kias are the two that are basically on Stewart Island and highly protected.
All right, so we're gonna have to put an island like that in Galil. I like that, and I have a lot of islands to work with
Nice.
because we got a whole side that's fucking water, and there is not much over there currently, to be honest. I got a whole lot of islands of a
And
bunch of sizes that are basically empty.
awesome. And also, islands that are really isolated tend to suffer from something called island gigantism, where you take, like, where I come from, Lord Howe Island, there's two things that suffer from island gigantism. There's the Moreton Bay fig. They grow naturally over there, but instead we've had to rename them the banyan because even though genetically they're identical, but on the island they grow to like 10 times the size of a Moreton Bay fig on the mainland.
That's really weird. I've actually been uh, coming across kind of the opposite effect lately in some of the things that I've been looking into and whatnot. Like um, they that like mammoths that kind of got separated early on and ended up on islands. Their remains are obviously a lot rarer, but they would also kind of evolve smaller, so they'd be basically like scale models of mammoths because there wasn't
That's
really.
because yeah, they're unable to migrate when they're on the island, so they have to become more compact. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like there's just not going to be the food and everything to
Yeah.
to keep them
Yeah,
at a
so
massive
big
size and
big
whatnot.
things become smaller. So big things that usually migrate become smaller, and small things become bigger. And trees generally become bigger. So trees become bigger, and on Lord Howe Island there's a thing called a carawong, which is a bit like you guys don't have magpies. I guess the closest equivalent would be a crow,
Okay.
but the carawongs on the island are about 2 to 3 times the size of carawongs on the mainland.
Okay.
So think
That's
of like I don't know. Uh, I guess you guys have blue jays. The carawongs on the mainland are a bit bigger than your blue jays, and
okay.
then think of like the biggest fucking huge fat raven crow that you've ever seen. and
Okay.
it's basically that sort of equivalency of
Gotcha.
size difference.
Yeah, because I mean, blue jays are fairly large birds in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, a fucking fat raven is definitely significantly larger.
Yeah.
And we happen to have cardinals, blue jays, sparrows, finches, crows, buzzards, falcons, and uh, woodpeckers in my yard regularly.
Yeah. Yeah, so Karongs on the mainland are maybe the size of like a fairly decently large blue jay, but then the Karongs on the island are like, yeah, just the biggest fucking crow that you've ever seen, and they're about that size on average, as opposed to just, wow, that's a really big crow. That's just average size for the Karongs on the island.
Yeah. So you get a fucking big one on the island, then you might even be looking at fucking like eagle size. Yo
Yeah,
yo, what's
yeah,
up?
exactly.
Hello.
Hey, it's a
Hello.
Benzo. We have been talking about island gigantism and island minimalism, and I think that it's going to be cool working out.
Island minimalism.
Yeah, that's
Or
not the right
dwarfism.
term, but it was actually like something that I had come across recently, like mammoths that ended up getting trapped on islands and whatnot. As things were moving around, it tended to evolve to be significantly smaller, like size of a pony
Yeah,
and
yeah.
whatnot.
Due to lack of resources.
Yeah, and then Sean was
I know the idea behind. I know the idea of it, but I've never heard somebody call it minimalism.
yeah, it was the wrong word, and I was just trying to come up with the opposite term, and I know that there is one, but memory fails me currently.
Dwarfism?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Island gigantism and island dwarfism. That makes a whole lot more sense. Let's just forget I said that stupid shit.
Dwarfism is, but it wouldn't have surprised me if like this someone was like, that's offensive to the dwarf community, and came up with the word minimalism instead.
But see, the dwarf.
Using minimalism did not
Shrinkage.
surprise me. I understood what you were talking about.
The dwarf community doesn't give a fuck about what's going on the surface, particularly not on an island.
Yeah, how like large migratory beasts like mammoths and like the old school like the megafauna and put them on an island and they suddenly become small.
D&D actually does have some creatures that are a product of such things.
Cool.
Oh?
Cave dinosaurs.
Ooh.
Cave dinosaurs are miniaturized versions of normal dinosaurs. So there's like cave T-Rex, which is a smaller version of a T-Rex.
Nice. So you could basically just reskin that to be an island T-Rex as opposed to a cave T-Rex and have pretty much the same.
Yeah.
They're basically just cave dwelling versions of, because caves also inhibit some of the similar problems. There are less resources, so a big body doesn't work very well on an island.
Yeah, where some things will shrink, like lizards and so on, but some things will grow, like some of the cave insects are just huge.
Yeah, it's limited predators and limited resources cause it like the sizes to equalize. Let me switch over to a different one, because currently using my phone, and while my phone used to do like a speaker thing, now it's just kind of, it's too quiet. I have to have it up to my head. So let me switch over to my actual computer so I can use my headphones and mic. And I'll be right back on.
Sounds good.
But I hadn't thought about it as far as like the whole lack of resources / lack of predators causing the two different ends of the scale to try and equalize so that each everything is of roughly the same size.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, no, it does make a lot of sense though, but it's very nifty.
It is very nifty.
There's also deep sea gigantism.
Yeah, that's a different kettle of fish altogether though, because the pressure down there allows them to be able to get them to function on.
It's not really the pressure. It's more like because of how the deep sea works. There's like the marine snow that comes down all the time, and there is plenty of resources that are basically never ending. And predators down there are far and few between. So things never shrink when you go farther down. Everything just gets bigger. There is no deep sea dwarfism. It's always just get bigger.
Yeah, it's always just get bigger. Yeah. Because it's like a weird mixture of like the pressure crushing you down, but at the same time you're in water, so you're at the same time sort of kind of weightless at the same time. So
I think
that allows for their bodies to grow in a way that being above water or in shallow water does not.
Oh yeah, they tend to kind of explode.
Yeah, they tend to kind of be depressed in a very disgusting manner when they're brought up to the shallows.
Yeah, let's be realistic. The only thing that's unrealistic about the Kraken is its ability to surface and destroy a ship that is sailing.
Yeah.
Like, nobody is saying that thing can't exist in the deep.
Yeah, no. A Kraken could totally fucking exist in the 80% of the ocean that is currently completely unexplored. So, yeah. The deep ocean freaks me out a little.
I'm okay with the deep ocean, but I would never want to visit there.
No.
You're not gonna go down on some submersible that old homeboy built in the fucking back of his garage out of some fucking spare airport parts and fucking carbon fiber? You're not gonna pay $250,000 to do it?
Yeah, no. First, if I walk the submarine and see that the controls the controls for the submarine is a PlayStation controller, I'm out of there.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. How you doing, Chris? Nice to meet you. Welcome. You are on the mountain with Rick and Ben and Sharon, whom you already know.
Yes. Hello.
Hey, Chris.
Ben, I don't know if you caught up with the new group chat that you're a part of or not before you hopped on, but Chris is interested in potentially joining our Two-Door Saga, although I hear that Sharn gave him complete terrible information on when we actually play. It's not first Friday of the month, which, if you're here in the States, it's Thursdays. It's every Thursday except the first one of the month. We take the first of the month off so that you can schedule anything that has to be done on Thursdays for then.
I apologize, Chris. My brain.
The exact opposite of what you do.
Yeah.
I had complete fucking Christmas brain fry and gave you the complete opposite information, and I am so sorry.
And I had my schedule changed at work.
Yeah, I know. You went and did that so fast, and I was like, what? Oh, crap. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I done fucked up.
Okay, this is not like a terrible thing, though, because honestly, we have missed a lot of sessions, so I'm always keen to play to catch up. And like nothing is set in stone. We're looking to actively acquire more players, which often means adjusting the schedule one way or another. It is difficult to adjust the timing because of the fact that we do have players in North America and players in Australia. But as far as like changing what weeks we play on, that is something I think we can come to an agreement on. Between the group, and so it would not be a problem.
Yeah, what week doesn't matter to me.
And I can the Friday the 4th, like I said, I can talk to my bosses about getting that day off if need be, and we could still potentially work that do Pathfinder that day as well. Because I am totally up to that.
Oh, I've got a headache now. I'm not even joking about that. I have a legit headache now.
Well, shit, I'm sorry to hear it.
I'm sorry.
I had to piss off
It's
my
my
boss
fault.
to get that day
Blame
off.
me. It's my fault. Blame me. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's going to be a good excuse, though.
Yo, welcome. We've got Kevin. We almost have a full party.
I can't hear anybody.
Oh.
Well, that might be your
Wait,
ears. You should clean the cum out of it.
Okay, what day do you play on? Because I've got conflicting reports of that, too.
Okay, so Thursday, 8 p.m.
Thursday,
Eastern Time.
So, Thursday, 7 p.m. Central.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are playing in 19 and a half hours.
Okay, I am off tomorrow.
Yay!
Cool.
And then I'm off the next Thursday because of stupid reasons.
Yes, because of stupid reasons. I will try to get that Thursday, the 4th/5th off, because Australian and America. But anyway, I'll try to get that shift off.
want
Because
you
I'd
to
actually like to
know-
play.
I had a 3-day weekend, and now I don't.
Well, if I could, like, buy you delivered pizza or chocolate, I would, but I have no idea how I would go about doing that.
Dominoes.com.
Venmo.
There you go.
Cash App. Facebook Marketplace. I don't know.
Yup.
There are ways.
There are ways. I'll figure something out. That was my bad.
So, did anyone tell you about what characters we're running?
Nope, no one's told me shit. But everything I have been told has been wrong.
All right.
Okay,
Well, we
so
are.
he does know that I play Brother Bonk, the half-orc monk. So he
Yeah,
does know.
Stop right
don't
there.
trust
Stop
you.
right there. Why do you keep lying to this man? You are not a fucking half-orc. You have never been a half-orc. You will never be a half-orc. There will never be a half-orc.
Then what the fuck am I?
You are a fucking orc.
Oh, I am a full orc. Sorry, I'm so used to D&D, where it's half orcs. So yes, sorry, I am a orc, full-blooded.
Yeah,
Cool, Brother Bonk.
Okay.
there are no half breeds in Galil,
Sorry.
except dragon because of special circumstances.
Oh, there we go. Hello, guys.
So what you're telling me is literally everything you've told me has been wrong now.
She is a monk. She is a monk.
And my name is Brother Bonk.
Check. Am I here?
Yes, you are here.
Sure?
I don't know if I'm sure.
I'm gonna need like a screenshot of your character sheet or something to trust you.
That can be arranged.
We also have Fairheart Kevin Anderson, who is the one who is not sure whether or not they're here at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think Fairheart is sure where he is at any given time either.
Honestly, yeah, it was perfect because that description fit you and Fairheart. And they're both named Kevin, actually, which is hilarious and unintentional. The character was named before I met this man. But we have Kai La, who is a ridiculously large kobold. Like, passes as a lizard man to most people, lizard folk, but is actually a kobold. And then we have Lurith Tyven, who is an elf druid. And you also have Drusilla Liaden traveling with you currently, who is an elf cleric. And you are exploring currently the caverns of Shriel, which are a extremely ancient race of or clan of kobolds that recently seem to have attacked the major capital of the largest remaining human land and interrupted a royal wedding and some things definitely went sideways in that wedding. The bride got abducted, the ceremony was not completed, and so the land still does not have a king because the High Prince has to have a queen in order to become king. What kind of characters do you typically like to play?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Usually, well, it depends. I mean, I've always played, in the only 2 campaigns I've ever played in, I played a druid. And that wasn't Pathfinder, that was, I don't even remember what version of D&D that was. That's been a long time ago.
Doesn't matter. Druids are cool, and one of the cool things about druids is that it doesn't matter how many you have in a party. It's never too many. But we don't have anything that we specifically need, although...
That's not true. I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 too, and we had 2 druids who are both Circle of the Spore druids, and we both had like 12 minions, and it's a shit show.
See, that's the problem though.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a too many druids. That's the same druid.
Multiple times, yeah.
Yeah.
Druids have enough builds. You can have a party composed of nothing but druids, and each one built differently, and you'll have a fine showing of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at. Like you go one straight up. I'm just going to make my bear the best bear that ever bared, and I'm just going to get up front, and I'm going to name my shapeshifted form Abrams. And then you got another one that's going to sit in the back and call down firestorms and tornadoes, and you got another one that's going to turn into a fucking, I don't know, owl bear and get on the other side and fuck... Yeah, like, they're so fucking versatile.
There's one last one who's like a bird and then flies up to like high areas, turns back and is like, pew pew pew, ranger, archer, druid.
Yeah, like, it's just such a fucking versatile class. It's ridiculous. I mean, for a little while, I actually, I had a druid on WoW who was in a clan that was all druids, and we still did raids. Like, it's pretty bad when one class can literally do end game content just by itself.
Yep.
Who's the best tank in the game? A druid. Who's the best DPS in the game? A druid. Who's the best healer in the game? A druid. Who's the best fuck around and do anything you want in the game?
A rogue.
Yeah. Yeah.
I never played WoW. My favorite druid form is the master of build is master of many forms. Why have only one option? You can have every single monster the party has ever ran into.
Yeah,
Nice.
Ben is our resident crazy ass character builder. He has built a druid whose shape shifting list includes the Tarask. And is actually harder to kill in Tarask form than the Tarask.
That's mostly just because of how high a level you have to be to get that to work.
Hey, twice as many hit points is twice as many hit points.
Yep.
It's twice as many hit points.
Also can cast spells while in Tarask form. So you have a spell casting Tarask, effectively.
That's just broken.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, the Tarask has one weakness in normal form, and it can't fly. So you can kind of just kite it forever if you have a spell casting high enough to fly. He doesn't care about that. It can cast the spell fly. And join you in the clouds.
It can even cast fly on you, just to make the hunt more fun.
This hunt is not hard enough. Cast fly. That's better.
Now, I will admit, I did have to burn a feat. Actually, I think 2 feats to get the stupid regeneration the Tarask has. You don't get that via normal means. But I think that was a fair trade.
Yeah.
And the feats do
What
nothing.
level did you have to be to get? What level did you have to be in order to be able to unlock the whole turn into a Tarask?
You need level equal to the hit die of the Tarask, and I think the version I was using, it was a level like 42. So you need to be at minimum
guys,
level 42.
well, not unfortunately. My friends are here, because we'd organised for a gaming night.
Yeah, y'all have a good one.
They've arrived, so I actually have to be off.
Yeah.
Kick some ass.
See ya.
Have some fun.
Ciao.
Bye. But yeah, that character I stopped building at level 97.
I didn't know there were that many levels.
Yeah, once you go above 20, you go into epic levels, and there's an extra rule book in the. Most of my build characters are built in 3.5, and there's an extra rule book for epic level characters, which is anything over 20. And they get stupid ridiculous at those high levels. You have, like, rogues who can balance on clouds. I think, like, using escape artist skill in 3.5, an epic level monk using escape artist can, like, squeeze through bars that are only that only leave a half-inch space between them. It's goddamn ridiculous. It's dumb. So, like, a level 97 character is by that point would have had multiple opportunities to become a god. And have to use a different rule book because 3.5 lasted for frickin' ever. There were a bunch of rules.
And do you have any experience with Pathfinder 2 or D&D 5e or first Pathfinder?
I know D&D 5e a little bit. And
okay.
I've played the PC Pathfinder games, but never the pen and paper one.
Gotcha. And I've actually never done PC Pathfinder, so I don't know what that is like or how close it might be. What's good? Walk the Grid. Welcome, welcome.
The PC Pathfinder games.
There's a Kingmaker one, I think, on Steam.
Yeah, Kingmaker's fun. I loved it.
Okay.
I I've never played that one. Most of my experiences in 3.5. You said you played the D&D like years ago.
Me?
Well, I played it like, I'm trying to think how many years ago. Like 23 years ago, and I've probably watched every episode of Critical Role, and probably almost every episode of just another D&D podcast. And I've been watching.
You have a good amount of experience. The setting you were playing you said 22 years ago.
Yeah.
That was, given my knowledge of the release dates, that was probably either 3rd or 3.5.
I don't know. My DM didn't really tell me. He was we had a group of high school friends that all played, and I don't remember much of that campaign except for the fact that our friend Sammy bit a guy's balls off, and then he was just running around the battlefield clutching his balls. It was something else.
Sounds like it.
Come on, Rogue. Why are you looking at me like that for?
So, hey, Rick.
Yeah.
What were you looking into gigantism and dwarfism for?
I wasn't looking into it at all. It was just, we started talking about islands because, we were talking about 2008. And then she was talking about how in 2008 she was exploring New Zealand. And so we got on the topic of islands, and that's how we got to gigantism and dwarfism, because... and some of my random YouTube shit that I listen to constantly lately, the island dwarfism had come up, and so when she was mentioning gigantism, that's just where my mind went.
There's another... There's another thing that is kind of happens that's linked to islands as well.
What's that?
But it's a little more specific. It's island flightlessness, where species that normally can fly on islands eventually lose their ability to fly.
Huh. Yeah, she was also talking about the flightless parrots that they got down there in Stewart Island.
Yep, the flightless parrots of New Zealand. There is the dodo of the island off the Americas.
Correction, sir. There was the dodo.
Yeah, our house cats really were the thing that put its nail in its coffin.
Yeah, and that's actually what she was telling me is like, if I were to move down to Stewart Island, because when Google Maps first came out, like the first thing I did with it was, I'm gonna look around and see where it is that I want to settle down, and that was the spot where I picked, like just the farthest I can be away from humanity, and apparently, yeah, you can't take a cat or a dog there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll kill the native bird population. But like those are small birds. The elephant bird of Madagascar, which is extinct, is the largest species of ostrich.
Was.
Again, yeah, was. Funny enough, it actually went extinct before humans actually got to the island. I'm not entirely certain what caused it to go extinct.
Natural.
Best case scenario. I think the scientific community who researches that sort of thing thinks that a predator made its way from the mainland to the island and managed to outcompete it.
So natural selection, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because Madagascar ain't that far away from the mainland of Africa.
Oh no, not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Good vanilla beans in Madagascar.
Oh, should I have a pending invite? That's okay.
So what would you like to play, Chris?
I'm good with just about anything, really.
All right, so I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of the planet. You live on a cube.
A cube.
A cube. You live on the side that we are on. You may or may not be from this side of the planet. Is somewhat Earth-like. Each of the sides is about 10,000 kilometers along each edge. So they're pretty fucking huge. There is also a kind of funky time system. I have it fairly well figured out for the main side. Each of the other sides, I have to figure out how they're working based off of, like, I have to figure out the actual rotations and orbit. There is no moon. So there is no, like, cycle of the moon druid. I'm not saying the character can't exist. I'm just saying we're going to have to rename your class. You know, shit like that. There are no half races because the species, they breed true. They can't interbreed. And all of the humanoid species...
Shapeshift himself.
Say again?
I said, tell that to my shapeshift himself.
That is actually a question. That is actually a question, but not a question we're probably going to answer in the game.
I mean, we might be forced to, but it's definitely not one that we're going to tackle tonight. But it is I mean, the reason why, like, the only half species that you would be likely to come across is a half dragon. And that's because, well, yeah, dragons can shape change, and they're also beings that are made entirely of magic. So, yeah, I can see how that works. But,
the
like...
thing about dragons is they don't have a time limit to their shape change. I would expect, like, if you wanted to have a half whatever kid, you would have, like, if a human with shape-shifting magic wanted to have a kid with an elf, they would have to stay in elf form throughout the entire term. If they were, otherwise it would just breed elf.
Well, for the male side, that term doesn't necessarily have to be very long.
Exactly, but for the female side, it would have to be like you'd have to basically have no time limit on your transformations, and can't think of any race. Well, okay, in 3.5 I could come up with a way to do that, but in modern one, not really. But that's not something we'll probably cover until later.
The year is Common Era 8. It's the 8th year of the Age of Peace, which started with the ending of the more than millennium-long war between the humans and the elves. Obviously, there's still a whole lot of animosity there. Elves are basically almost non-existent on this side of the planet, like in any sort of permanency. They have one side of the planet is entirely forest, and that's where they kind of rule. Then we have a desert side, a water side, a swamp side, and an ice side.
My character has the most traveled out of our group, has been to, I want to say most of the sides, but I think she's missing 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But she mostly lived in the desert side, even though she was born in the main side.
So there's a lot of opportunity for backstories of kind of any type. With the exception of Kyla, all of the characters were pre-made. I've had them kicking around for a long time, and I do still have a bunch of characters that I have full backstories for, can easily work in. If you're interested in checking out some of them, I can run you through them. If you have an idea of something you would like to play, then we can work that in too. Whatever's clever.
Okay.
I'll let you guys hammer that out. It was a pretty hectic day at work, so I'm actually gonna cut out. But I will see you guys for the game at I think it's about 6 o'clock my time.
Yeah, 19 hours from now.
Yep. And what's up?
I said take it easy.
Oh, thank you.
And if she's easy,
see you
take her
guys.
twice. Hey! And then we have Fairheart, who is revolting.
Existential crisis, you mean?
Oh no, I meant repugnant. I'm just playing.
Absolutely repugnant. He's yeah. I don't really like the guy myself.
Which means that you're playing him accurately.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, humans are the worst thing that ever happened to this beautiful world, but they're also not alone in being bad. It's the kind of world where there's a lot going on and not all of it is your level. Not everything that you come across is guaranteed going to be a good idea to try and fuck with. And your choices have consequences. Good, bad, and indifferent. Including the things that you don't do. And I try and make it so that everything kind of matters, but also that there are things going on that you don't even have any bearing in, because it's a big world.
And for example, Fairheart may have already done something in the first session that may have long-term repercussions that we just don't know about, because Fairheart did something very impulsive.
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about punching another king in the back of the head.
Well, there's no king, so there's just one king. But yes, I mean, I stand by the decision.
Yeah, no, but I'm not even talking about that, because while you won't necessarily know what lasting repercussions will come from it, you can at least understand where they came from.
Oh, yes.
I'm talking about things that you don't have anything to do with. Like,
so you're doing it,
there are things going on in the ice side that will affect the world, but will never ever be part of this campaign.
Right. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yes, dear?
You need to finish these or they're going to start to compare.
So, what class can I be to start a war the quickest?
Here.
What's that?
The hot chocolate.
Oh, thank you.
It's good. It's not too hot.
It's a very interesting question.
You want to start a war. I don't think you have to. There are numerous wars that are already on the verge of breaking out that are significant to the party.
I don't know how character creation works in this, but do you pick is there like deception and
There are skills,
insight
yes.
and stuff like that?
There are skills, yes. Alright, so there's a website, wanderersguide.app.
Wanderersguide.app.
It is a Pathfinder 2 character creator. Let me get it pulled up so I can tell you exactly what.
That's for 2E, correct?
Yes.
Top builds, Geralt of Rivia.
God damn it! Stop. There we go.
See, I tend to like characters that are not necessarily built to be good in combat, but built to be good in stuff outside of combat.
Okay, that's good. Alright, so go to characters, go to create character.
Okay.
Do,
I gotta sign in and register, apparently.
yes.
Alright, you have no characters. Create a character.
Oh, that's a fucking notepad.
Give me 1 second. I need to message someone and tell them I need
You're good.
to get. Yeah, I was in a game of Baldur's Gate 3 with a friend of mine, and I can't concentrate on his shit and do this at the same time. Alright.
Where the fuck is my notes?
You have like a campaign access code?
Yes, I am trying to. There we go.
So how similar is this to 5e?
Fairly. I mean, your basic stats are all the same. I do take a lot from 5e in terms of like the short rest and long rest system. Although because your days are 10 hours long, obviously short rest and long rest are a little bit different. But the kind of the fundamentals are the same.
Interesting. So is it like 5 hours of light and 5 hours of dark?
No. It's actually a weekly cycle. And each day is different. So the day the campaign started, the sun had just risen, and it was 2 hours into the day. The sun was up for 26 hours because you had 8 hours of sunlight that day. Then the next day, it never got dark. So it's sun all day, and then 8 hours of sunlight the next day, and then 2 hours of darkness. And then the next day after that is 6 hours of light, 4 hours of darkness. and then 4 hours of light, 6 hours of darkness, and then 2 hours of light, and then there's 8 plus 10 plus 8 of darkness, and then 2 hours of light. So in each week, you have a 26-hour chunk where the sun doesn't go down, and you have a 26-hour chunk where the sun doesn't come up.
Oh, this will take some shit.
Yeah. And we've been playing for about, 3.5 months now? It's still the third day of the campaign.
That sounds about right.
Oh, yeah. Back to Wanderer's Guide. So, click under Books. Click Enable All.
Okay.
And then you can uncheck anything you don't want to use. But, like, if it's on here, I don't care if you take it. And then on the variants, click on Free Archetype.
Okay.
And then the access code I put in the chat that we're in, the text chat for the voice chat.
Oh, that's a weird code.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to? Okay.
And then I would suggest make your character at level 1 and build by ABC. And then once you're done with that, then click go back into it, click on by level, and take it up to level 3.
I don't even know what I want to name it yet.
So I guess the first place to start is, what part of the world do you want to come from?
All right, and you said every side is a little bit different.
Yes.
And it's a cube, so that means there's 6 sides.
Yes.
Okay, what are my options?
One side is Earth-like. One is a swamp. One is a desert. One is an ocean. One is a tundra. And the other one's a forest.
Okay.
I do have names for each side, but nobody in the world actually knows them.
So after, okay, what do I click on Ancestry first?
Yeah. Just kind of go in order, but Ancestry is basically just their name for race. And so that's why I was asking, where do you want to be from?
All right, so let's do the tundra. What primarily is in the tundra?
Goblins. And it's funny because Ben's first character was from there, and he left the party.
So it's just goblins?
It would be very interesting to see how Fairheart would react to another one joining. No, it's not just goblins.
Fairheart would probably kill it.
Just for being a goblin?
At this point, who knows? I mean, he wouldn't actually kill it. You know what I mean? Fairheart is a little xenophobic right now.
I don't know what half of these races are.
I'm going to say don't play an elf. That's the one thing I'm going to put off limits just because they are intended to be very rare, and there's 2 of them in the fucking party already. But yeah, anything else is pretty much open. I would love to have a gnoll in the party. Although I don't really know how I could actually work in a gnoll in the Caverns of Skriel. Or a Minotaur. And they don't actually have a playable Minotaur option for 2nd ed yet.
I don't want to be birthed from a hyena.
Also, take any origin stories of any races and throw them out. Everything. When I say that I started from the ground up, I'm specifically referring to the fact that the planet is a cube. But all origin stories, it's all different. And that is.
Is there somewhere I can like look to? Oh, okay. There's a preview option. Okay, I got you.
Alright, so as for who all is in the tundra side, there's frost giants there. That's not a playable race. They cannot leave that side. You have the Cadwallader goblins. There are some elves that grow ice grapes and make ice wine that is prized throughout the world.
Oh, yeah, those. Yeah.
But yeah, we definitely don't want more elves in the party. And then, I mean, what we can do, like, I can have most races come from there. Like, it's not super well fleshed out from, edge to edge. We've got a lot of things happening, but there's definitely a lot more room for growth as well. We do have a couple really cool races and whatnot, like our orca people that live in the inland sea in the center, but they're an aquatic race, and that's not going to work for this campaign.
Quickly, would they die on land?
You let me know when you see Free Willy get up and start walking around in the streets.
Well, I think generally the lifespan of a beached whale is a couple of days. Hence the question.
Honestly, I think it would depend on their constitution and how lucky their dice are. But yeah, I mean, I would think for an orca-based race, you would have to be like full submersion at least an hour a day.
I would think it'd be more than that. But
yeah, I would like that's bare minimum to not be like taking severe penalties for it.
It'd probably have to be salted water too, right?
Yeah.
Jeez. I would wish you'd create an orca character on this side of the world that for some reason is just immune to the laws of nature and just like, I don't know, lives in a fucking swimming pool. And, well, you know what I mean by a swimming pool. You maybe don't, but I would literally just being like, there'd be this like cool backstory about how it was like brought there by someone else who was benevolent towards it, and that person is keeping it alive through some sort of constant magic. I don't know. It just seems like it'd be a cool NPC that I just thought of randomly.
So are there a lot of mountains in the frozen side?
Every side kind of has mountains because like the structure, basically all of the edges are just mountain ranges.
Gotcha. So what about like a shish?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, what now?
Shish.
Ah, yes.
Like a shish kebab.
Right.
Only if you name it Ebob.
Wait, what?
If you're gonna make a shish, you have to name it Ebob.
That's funny.
It's also not true. Like. Okay, do you know the giants, the goblins, or the elves?
Do I know?
Yeah, you can pick 1 or 0.
On each one, or I pick just one of them?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out where to place you as where you're from.
Well, there's subterranean, so it'd have to be like one of the mountain ranges.
I think what Rick is trying to say is that because this world was created like a long time ago, he's kind of like asking you questions based on his deep knowledge of the world so that he can fit the character you want to build in with the lore. And Rick, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, like obviously you're probably not going to be completely unfamiliar with them if you're from that side. But
right.
Like I've got 3 kind of quadrants. Well, obviously quadrant would be 4, but I've got 3 kind of areas. So pick one: goblins, elves, or giants.
Yeah, Rick's approach, if I could, is kind of like he'll let you do pretty much what you want within reason, but like I think like he wants to fit the character into the meta of the world. But
so are like, and I need a little more information. Like I know elves. Are the giants like just against everybody, or are they like? Are they more on the neutral side of everything, or?
They mostly fuck off and do their own thing. There was a they try and avoid any of the smaller species because there have been lots of wars with all of the giants and the respective humanoid in the past, and they're not a fan. They have built.
So that would make much sense. So it's probably going to be either the elves or the goblins.
Again, it's not. It's not about like who your character is friends with, though. I'm just talking specifically about geographical location.
In terms of your character knowing, and again, Rick, please correct me if I'm wrong. In terms of your character, like actually knowing about the existence even of a certain race as part of their baseline knowledge, which is not a given in Rick's campaign. It's like I know more about the world as Kevin than my character Kevin does, if that makes sense, because I've discussed that.
Yeah.
So this is more. It's not like who your ally.
So like a geographical, just geographical thing. Okay.
Or cultural, or just background, whatever. However you want to think about it, it's just to fit the character into the world while allowing you to customize it as much as possible is what Rick does.
Okay. Is there any of the three that primarily, or at least majorly, stick to the more rocky areas?
The giants are mostly kind of sectioned off in their little area. They also have the largest ranges and most of the larger mountains that are on the planet, with certain exceptions. Most of the natural biggest mountains ended up being on that side when the world broke.
Like with the options Rick's giving you right now, like based on my knowledge of being in the game right now, and what our party knows the least about, I think, would be the giants. So someone who knew of the giants would be a cool addition. And I'm coming this from a purely lore point of view, in as much as we don't know very much about them, so that would make for a cool character in the context of the campaign. But I'm not trying to influence you. I'm just trying to like let you know that like we know a lot about the elves already, or a fair bit, and I think we know a fair bit about the goblin. How my character speaks Orcish, right? Anyway, sorry. Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Gotcha.
It's been a while, Prime.
It has. How are you doing?
Hello, Rick.
What's good, JT?
What's the last? I don't know.
You don't know what's good?
Yeah, I don't know what's good. I don't know what's bad either.
Yeah, that seems accurate.
The continued existence of humanity is bad.
The ending of humanity would also be bad.
No.
All right, we'll go with the giant area then.
What are you guys doing? D&D?
Yeah, we are setting up a new character.
That's like 1:30 a.m. for me.
Yep.
Like 2328 for me.
I should go shoot something. I should go sleep.
When you're talking about shooting something, are you referring to an animal or a human?
I don't know.
Or are you talking about shooting at or shooting up?
Without aiming? Would that just point it up? Would that be just shooting up?
I mean, I guess technically.
What's making you feel that way, JT?
Because I want a gun.
You want a gun?
And I want to pull triggers.
Do you have a gun right now?
Yes.
What kind of gun do you?
Not on me. I do have locked up.
Oh, yeah, keeping it locked up is a good thing. So
The more sleepy I am, the more likely I am to want to shoot stuff.
Do you shoot stuff on a relatively regular basis, or is that a rare occurrence for you?
Rare occurrence. I rarely get to shoot. It's like a thing where I do to get my itches out.
Yeah. So what's making you want to shoot something now?
I'm awake at 1 a.m.
And what about that makes you want to shoot something? I'm just kind of curious.
I shouldn't be awake right now. I should be asleep.
Then go to sleep.
Is there something that's keeping you up, or a particular reason you're awake?
No, there isn't.
Oh, okay. So why don't you try to go to sleep?
I don't know.
Alright. How has your day been? Have you been partying or something like that?
No. I've been doing nothing.
Okay. Other than that, how are you feeling, buddy?
I don't know. I just want to shoot stuff. That's the only thing I'm feeling.
Right, but when we're talking about stuff, what kind of stuff are we talking about? Are we talking about animals, or are we talking about, I mean, I often get the urge to want to shoot other humans, but thankfully I've been.
No, I don't have that type of urge. I just shoot anything that moves.
You want to shoot anything that moves? Okay, I see. Fair enough. Are you in a place where it's legal to shoot something? How could I put it? Like, I can't discharge a firearm within city limits where I am. Are you in such a place where you can discharge a firearm, like outside?
Nope.
Oh, that's not optimal then, is it? That would make it very challenging to shoot something.
I usually have to drive like half an hour to go shoot something. That's why.
Are you thinking of making that drive tonight?
Not tonight. That place is cold at night.
Oh, you're talking about a range?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about just going out.
I usually go there and then I shoot anything that moves because there's no one there usually.
Oh, is it a range that's free to use?
You have to be a member to use.
Say that again?
You just have to be a member to use.
Oh, okay.
I just use my friend's membership.
Nice. Oh, what, are you shooting a long gun, like an AR or something like that, or?
Pistol.
Uh-huh.
And then M2s.
And what now?
M2s.
Oh,
Cigarettes.
yeah, those are fun.
Yeah.
I have a 308 that's kind of a SOCOM style. It's a short barrel. It's a very, very fun gun to shoot.
My gun has a trigger, and the other one you just pull back and it shoots. Like it has handles.
Is that kind of like a bump stock?
I don't know. It's fully automatic.
Oh, you have a fully automatic. So that would be a bump. Is it fully automatic by nature or by modification?
By nature.
Oh.
It's a mounted machine gun.
How'd you go about getting that?
I went to what's called auction.
Oh. What caliber does that fire in?
50 calibers.
Is it portable? No, what?
Do you carry like 90 pounds on you? Is 90 pounds portable?
Honestly, I'm a big guy, JT. So for me, 90 pounds is kind of portable. I'll be completely honest with you.
Well, you don't shoulder carry it, or you.
I mean, I probably could, to be honest with you. I am like 6'4" and like close to 300 pounds. I'm
normally put it on a tripod, and you shoot from the tripod.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
We'll see.
So this is like an this is not an anti-personnel weapon. That's more of an Material
Well, it
weapons.
depends on the round you use. You can use armor piercing rounds to pierce armor.
Huh?
It goes through tanks.
Okay.
If you shoot a fucking 50 caliber blank, you're still killing somebody.
Yes.
Depends on how close you are to the person.
I mean, if you're shooting a potato gun close enough to someone, you could kill them. To be fair.
Well, yeah, but blanks has like very little.
I was
degree
exaggerating.
of power. If you point blank shoot them with a blank, you can kill someone.
100%. But yeah.
I had someone shoot a blank with a pistol and put a small hole into a person. There's no exit wound. There's only entrance, and there's no bullets.
What were the circumstances of that?
One person said a blank can't hurt me, and the other person said I'll try.
Was this when you were in the service or after?
Yes, it was during.
All right, Chris, do you want to be a wizard? I think a wizard would fit very well.
In basic training, someone burned through their uniform with a blank. They just I don't think blank can go through my uniform, and then point blank shot the uniform with the blank.
And what was their consequence for doing that?
They got caught because they did it inside the barracks.
That sounds pretty dumb.
When everyone else is around. But setting out a blank inside the barracks, surrounded by people.
Yeah.
And thinking you can probably get away with it.
Yeah, that's highly unlikely, I would presume.
Yeah, blanks are loud.
Yeah. So, how come we haven't seen you in quite a while? What have you been up to?
I've been up to...
What's the Giants race called?
Frost Giants.
Oh. Horseman.
I mean, I'm looking in the language. Choose a language. I was gonna pick up their language, but I don't see it.
There's usually a giant language.
Yeah, also, don't worry too much about the language selection here, because a lot of the languages on that list don't exist in Galil, and a lot of the ones in Galil don't exist on that list. Basically, this is not for, necessarily choosing everything specifically, more for familiarizing yourself with the Pathfinder character building process. So yeah, I'll give you, the Frost Giant language. Yes, you can know it. No, you can't select it on that.
Gotcha.
And just it says that you automatically have Shish and Mwangi as languages. Mwangi is not a thing in Galil, so Mwangi would just be the Frost Giant language, and that works. You will want to take Orcish, because Orcish is basically common. There really isn't a common.
Even though there is a common.
Yeah. I mean, Orcish is common among all of, humans, orcs, gnolls, minotaurs, all of the species that were on that side during the war. And then common is, the elven, or elven and human sides. If you want to talk to the enemy, you use common, basically. And the world has been divided by this war for over a millennium. So, it's kind of, that division is deep set. So, diplomats and shit would know common, but commoners would not.
Gotcha. Holy shit, that's a lot of cantrips.
We have to figure out a reason for you to be on this side of the planet, because you are literally on the other side of the world.
Well, if I'm a mage and I'm a shish love their knowledge.
Yes, that's what I was looking at, and
that's one of the main reasons they even leave their home is to seek knowledge.
And you would be in a good spot for that. So I think that you stumbled upon the mystery of what happened to the Skriel, and so you are investigating. I think that works well. The bigger question is how you actually got here, because you don't really have magic powerful enough to have teleported yourself. But it is entirely possible. I guess so. Like one of your family or something probably would have been able to. And so then the question would be, where exactly did you arrive on this side, and how long have you been here, and what have you been doing in that time? Because we're already inside the caverns, which means that you also would already have to be inside the caverns.
Could be a surge investigator.
You could go investigator if you want. I think wizard would probably be a better choice. And then remember
as a background.
Oh, as a background. Yeah. Yeah. That works.
Or scholar, one of the other would probably fit.
Judging by the fact that you are out investigating rather than like teaching back at home, I would say investigator probably fits. I was just confused because there's also an investigator class. And when you start getting archetype feats, I think that would be a good direction for you to look, both in terms of fitting with the character at the table well, and also fitting in with the backstory.
Rick, I have an idea that might make it less Deus Ex Machina. Should I say it out loud, or should I put it in your DM?
We're not in game here, so go ahead.
No, but I don't know. I guess he's allowed to have this knowledge. There's also although this would be quick. I mean, if he's an investigator, perhaps he has some knowledge of Micah, or Micah has some knowledge of him, and perhaps Micah has a way of communicating. I was just thinking.
It's not impossible, but I do feel like we have somewhat left Micah behind right now.
And also Micah, I mean, that would make his character quite important in a way.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the other issue I see. It's just running into a guy randomly in the cavern seems a little like, how would he have gotten there so quickly?
Yeah, well, so quickly. He is not there for the same reason that you are. Therefore, he is not responding on the same timetable.
I could have been there ahead of time, just investigating.
But you wouldn't have done anything when you noticed the exile.
You are making vast assumptions on no basis whatsoever right now.
Fair enough.
I get to choose 4 boosts.
Yeah. You will also get to do that at... and, okay, so each of these boosts is going to give each a stat +2. So it'll raise your modifier entirely until it's 18. And at that point, it only gives it +1. And every time you, like, level 5, level 10, 15, 20, you're going to get 4 boosts the same way. And it's just you can't put them into the same one. So you got to pick 4 different stats.
Right. Universalist. What is that?
Means you're not a specialist.
Well, having like a nature background and investigating strange occurrences and stuff. I wonder what I would be. Probably. I don't know. Maybe divination?
I mean, if you were to go to school, that would probably be the most fitting.
Got normal class features and Lord class archetype. I don't know what that means. Oh.
One of the biggest difference between Pathfinder and 5th Ed is that if you only look at your class features, your classes are going to seem kind of underwhelming because everything is feats. Everything is feats. You get feats every single level, and there are 4 different kinds of feats, and so your races, at first there's not much of a difference between them. But then it comes down to feat choices, and your classes, they all progress very similarly, but the feats that they have access to are entirely different. And so everything comes down to feats. It's really fucking cool. I think that they've done a great job of it.
I mean, at first I thought my character was going to be pretty weak sauce based on like his attributes, but he's kind of a cunt. But other than that, he's a pretty cool character to play.
His biggest weaknesses are personality.
Very much so. Rick had given me some backstory about him, as he might give you some backstory about your character that we won't know, or he might not, I don't know. But I was trying to play him based off the backstory that Rick gave me, and I think I succeeded to some extent, and then went off script in other ways. It's very interesting to do in that way.
I gotta choose another skill. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna be proficient in a lot of stuff, apparently.
Yup.
Good Lord above. Alright, let's see. So once I get to sheet, are you able to look at it?
Yes. So are you going diviner?
Yeah, I think that's what
okay. Fuck are you talking about? I have no campaigns.
Do I have to hit save or anything, or does it automatically save?
It saves.
Ooh, and I have dark vision.
Yep. What the fuck?
So do I have to like go into spells and manage spells and pick spells, or?
Yes. Although I would finish building your character first.
Yeah. What else do I need? I don't know what else I need on here.
So go back to the first page.
So I gotta click edit again?
Yep.
Okay, first page. All right, the home page.
Yep, and then click level where it says level 1. Change it to level 3.
Okay.
And then build by level. You'll see the build by ABC and level beside that.
Yeah. So then go C.
Yeah, go build level or build by level, and then add level 2 and level 3.
Let me see if I've done this right. We're seeing. It's all new to me. Let's see. So level 1, level 2. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Yep. Oh, you ain't kidding. It is all feats.
Arcticus?
Yep.
All right.
Oh man, it's a lot of feats. Holy crap. Okay. What does it mean if it has a question mark beside of it?
Means that you may or may not qualify for that particular feat. Yes, you can take it.
Yeah, because on level 1 I chose. Where is it at? Down at the bottom somewhere. I chose improved familiar attunement. And then level 2 it has enhanced familiar.
Okay, so what's the question?
Well, it's got a question mark beside it. I'm just wondering why it had the question mark.
If you hover over it, it'll tell you what it is, and it'll tell you what is required. And a lot of times, those ones with the question marks is because it requires like a certain background or being from a certain place, and you can't be from any of those places because they're all Pathfinder specific. So that's why I said, like, as a blanket, if it's a question mark, then assume you can take it. If it's an X, then it's because it has a prerequisite that you do not meet.
Gotcha.
Although also a lot of those ones that have the question mark, they're not going to be super applicable. Like, anything with familiars, you're going to be fine. But a lot of it is like, if you're from this particular place, and you have this particular background related to this particular place, then you can take this feat in order to have this modifier for this interaction with people from this place. And none of those places exist in Galil. So it's like, well, yeah, if you want to figure out how we're going to actually, work it so that it works as intended, we can figure it out. But, like, as written, it's just kind of nonsense. But with everything, we look at, the spirit behind it. Like, I'm not a rules lawyer. I'm not going to fucking naysay you out of your cool ideas and shit. I want cool shit to happen. I want you to do cool shit. I want to do cool shit. I want to see everybody else do cool shit. Like, that's what it's about. We're going to do cool shit and have fun. I'm far more inclined to let you get away with doing your cool shit than trying to beat you over the head with the rules.
That is accurate. I can confirm that is true.
And there will be times when there will be legitimate rules questions, and I will do my best to deal with them fairly and reasonably and quickly. I will always try not to sideline the game for more than a couple of minutes, and there will be times where I make the wrong call, and if that happens, we will deal with it afterwards. And you know, there's.
You did a pretty good job of correcting yourself last week.
I try.
With the door bash, like originally, you tried to invent something.
I did, because I really didn't want your stupid shield bashing to actually work, but I had to admit that it did.
It was actually really funny. This is not at all critical. I'm actually complimenting you.
No, I know. And honestly, I didn't give out the point of inspiration last week because nobody has used them, but if anybody had, then you would have gotten it for that.
I think that would have been undeserved.
I don't think so. Because it's not about that interaction of that door. It's about the fact that you had the idea to just use the shield to break down the doors, and that was a good idea because it did completely circumvent that trap.
Recognize, though, that if Fairheart as a character had not read that book, he probably wouldn't have, or whatever he read, he probably would not have done that.
But again, that is an advantage that you get because you thought to ask.
Sure. No,
that is exactly the kind of play that I want to encourage, and that's what the inspiration point is all about.
Right, but at the same time, it can become... if someone knows how to ask the right questions too often, it can become problematic.
Yes and no. See, okay, if you were trying to metagame the trap knowledge, then yes. But you had an in-character reason to know it, because you took the in-character action of asking for the book. And then you took in-character time away from resting in order to read the book when you were already exhausted. Like, you sacrificed.
But one would argue that the initial decision to read the book would be a form of metagaming.
Not necessarily.
Looking back, it probably was. Like, not intentionally, but...
No, looking back, it was a decision that... Because, and here's the thing is, you did not know that you would not be suffering the consequences of being exhausted.
True. Fair point. Yeah, that is a fair point.
Many players would have said, oh, well, if I can't take the book with me, I need to rest tonight because I'm already exhausted. And, I mean, years and years and years ago, the Hero's Feast in the morning, it was always there. It was always part of it, but you had no way of knowing that. You were reading with the assumption that it was going to hurt you tomorrow.
Yeah.
That deserves the reward. The only reason I didn't give out the point of inspiration is because I got 3 of you sitting on a point of inspiration. No one has used them, and no one's used any hero points yet. By the way, Chris, I hope that you're used to using your inspiration when you have it.
Currently in the playthrough of Baldur's Gate I'm doing, my guy's out.
Oh, I didn't even know inspiration is part of BG3. I can't play BG3.
Really? Oh yeah, you can get inspiration points and use it to re-roll shit you fuck up on.
Okay, cool. Yeah, did not know that. My computer can't handle it. I know it's an awesome game, but I'm unexperienced as yet.
Also good.
All right, so now that you are up to level 3, now you'll want to go ahead and pick your spells. It would be annoying to do spells at level 1.
Question: the cave that we're in, is it considered like magical terrain or just regular terrain?
No, it's not a magical cave.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I'm not saying that there's not going to be areas of magic within it, but
No, I get it. I'm just trying to think of like, okay, my character's out of his comfort zone because he left home, but he's left home because he's searching for knowledge, and he's like out searching nature. So he's probably going to be good at survival because they're good at like finding their way around, and that's what he's out there doing. So yeah, I'm gonna take survival. Alright, now that I've done that, I go back to my sheet and select spells, right?
yes.
Is it common to have like a bunch of things like +9 on skills?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm like, I got a lot of pluses.
But then you have a lot that don't have a plus, right?
I've got a handful that don't.
Or that have a +1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfectly normal.
Alright, so spells, manage spells. So I get to pick all the empty ones, I guess?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
Hey, Rogue. What's going on? Can I help you with something?
Oh,
Click on
okay, I
manage
got it.
spells.
Yeah, I figured it out.
Okay.
Oh hell yeah, I'm taking that. That's a duh. If it's, let me see, this the same way as in D&D. Let's see. So is shield like, is that like the reaction in D&D or is it different?
Hover over it, and it should give you the exact definition so you can read it. I believe that it's the same as the shield spell. I have, all honesty, not given much research to the actual spells in PF2E because we haven't really had a spellcaster yet. Kind of why I wanted you to play a wizard.
I think I've only used a cantrip once.
Really? Wow,
Yeah.
okay. So I've got 1, 2, 3. How many spells do I pick, or does it like stop me when I'm full?
I think what you're picking there is your spells known for, like, your spells memorized for the day. And then, I'm not sure how we'll actually set up within Wanderer's Guide for, like, your spell book and spells known.
Just going through it was not intuitive. And I'm not even a fucking wizard.
God, there's so many spells, it's crazy. says I'm looking at a spell, right, and it says you summon a blah 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 whose level is -1 to fight on your behalf. Does that mean just negative, like, one level below you?
No, that monsters have level ratings. So like a standard kobold is level -1.
Gotcha. Okay.
As opposed to like a kobold boss.
It kind of like in D&D you would have like challenge rating 1, 2, 3, and then for less than 1 it would be like 1/2, 1/4, etc. It's just different nomenclature for the same type of shit. So as a wizard, one of the things that you would absolutely know and have been drilled into you as like from the very beginning of your training is there is a death penalty for teaching any human the art of wizardry.
Okay.
And that death penalty is for both you and the human.
So how many cantrips and level 1 spells and all that am I allowed to take? Because it doesn't seem to, like, limit me.
What, as far as known or as far as memorized?
Known.
I'll give you like I'll give you 16 total known spells. I don't care how you split it up amongst levels. And then as you like going forward, you'll have to actually learn them.
Like by like getting the scroll and
finding scrolls, taking downtime actions with appropriate teachers or at least appropriate materials, and so on and so forth. Like, I'm not going to make it hard on you, but, I'll give you a good selection to start with, and then the rest of it will come in-game. And anytime you level up, I'm going to give you a couple of extra ones, of course, to do your new spells with, and that'll be also including like downtime that you're doing just like daily, like as part of your resting for long rest, shit like that.
Okay.
Male or female? Because I keep typing he. I want to make sure it's correct.
Male.
Okay.
So is this like I have like 1, 2, 3, I have like 6 cantrip slots, 4 level 1, 3 level 2. Is that like, is it like old school to where, say I wanted to be able to cast Magic Missile twice, I'd have to take up 2 slots for Magic Missile, or I just know that for the day and I can cast it any level 1 up to 4 times, or how does that work?
Well, spell slots are spell slots, so you would take Magic Missile twice. Although there are feats that would allow you to change a memorized spell slot out to cast another spell, as long as you have it memorized, or occasionally even if you don't. Cantrips are different, however. Cantrips are still infinite use, but they're also automatically heightened to your highest spell level. So if you're a level 5 character, you have level 3 spells. Your cantrips are not level 0 spells. They're heightened to level 3.
Be right back.
I gotcha. Okay.
Alright, I am sending you something in DMs. The notes on the Shisk race, there are parts of that that are not going to be character knowledge. And you'll have a kind of an idea of what happened. You will have like stories of the academy that happened before the storm came. But they'll be kind of almost lost history. You'll just know vaguely that as a species, you guys had a grand city, and things were going well, and you built a great academy of learning. And then a storm came, massive winter storm, just absolutely fucking terrible, and almost drove the species to extinction. But some few remaining members were able to find solace from the winds and the temperatures by tunneling underground, and then knowing somewhat the geography of the area, headed over towards where the biggest mountains were, and that's how you ended up by coming to where the giants call home, which is where you would actually have been raised, and you would have a somewhat peaceful relationship with them. They're more just ignoring you. Like, they're not trying to cause any problems, but at the same time, they don't want to have anything to do with you either. They're not just trying to stomp y'all out or anything, but they're also not super welcoming. And so you headed out from home as after you kind of finished the basics of your wizard training, and headed off to learn more. And once you left, once you actually set out on your own, you started hearing the name Skriel on the winds, just kind of drawing you forward, and no real information other than that. But the ice side does kind of have one relatively clear way off of it. One of the corners of the planet was actually blown off about 3,000 years ago. And that particular corner is shares a border with the water side. So once that corner was blown off, there's some water that's flooding in there. And so there's like an area of water that is actually sub-freezing but can't freeze. And then it kind of attaches to two other sides of the planet there. And so that's the way you headed off. And then you found yourself on the swamp side. And as you were trying to, pick your way along, you got ambushed by a band of Skresh, and then saved by a couple of Kisloi. And so you ended up staying there and studying in the swamp for a while. And I'm going to send you over a bunch of information over the next little bit so that you kind of can familiarize yourself with what your character would know about them.
Okay.
What are you doing, little swamp brook? You want turkey?
And how old would you like your species to be? We can go anywhere between like 50,000 and 250,000 years old.
Wait, what?
When do you want the Shisk to emerge into this world? Pick anything between like 50,000 and 250,000.
Let's say it wouldn't be early because they're pretty. They seem like they kind of keep to themselves and they don't come out often.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Is like, when did the species originate? Because remember, I said that none of the backstories of any of these races matter. Everything is different on the planet. So I'm just placing the first Shishk on the timeline.
Like the conception, or when anyone else noticed that they exist?
No, when the first Shishk began to exist.
Let's see. So, well, when did the giants start to exist? I'm kind of.
At the breaking of the world.
So since conception.
Yes.
So you said anything between 50,000 and what?
250,000.
Let's just go somewhere in like the 100,000 range, I guess.
You want to narrow it down a little bit?
Narrow it down, like specific.
You can give me an exact year, or at least a range of like 1,000 or 10,000 or something. 100,000 is still a really big range. Like I literally have a timeline from 350,000 years ago to current day and then future, so you can get as specific as you want.
So, all right, 99,999. They like the number 9 for some reason. I have a lot of 9s in my stats, so that kind of worked. What is a concentrate? What's a focus point?
So, focus spells are another kind of spells aside from your regular spells and cantrips, and they are cast using focus points. You basically can get up to 3 focus points in your pool. You would start with only 1, and then you have to develop the second and the third. And basically, they come back to you if you use a focus point, and then after that encounter, you take a 10-minute break. Then you can get your focus point back. And 10-minute breaks are the same because minutes are the same. A minute on Earth is a minute on Galil. A combat round on Earth is a combat round on Galil. Same amount of time. The difference is, whereas a combat round on Earth is 6 seconds, and a combat round on Galil is the same amount of time, they would define that as 10 seconds. So a minute is also the same amount of time, but their minute is 100 seconds. And then that's where things change, because our hour is 60 minutes, their hour is 100 minutes. Our day is 24. No, that's not the same amount of time, because the minutes are the same. So each of their hours is 1 hour and 40 minutes on Earth. But whereas a day on Earth is 24 hours, a day on Galil is 10 hours. Which means it's 1,400 minutes, as opposed to 1,448 minutes on Earth. So a day is very close to the same amount of time, just broken down completely differently.
All right, another question. If I have an innate spell, do I have to put that in my list of cantrips, or is that just always there?
What do you mean by innate spell?
Because under my spells, I have core, focus, and innate. Innate, I have Ray of Frost, says unlimited. I don't have to put that in my cantrip slots, right? Because it's just unlimited. It's already there. It's in my innate.
So is that from a wizard ability?
That's from one of the things I chose. I can't remember if it was a background or ancestry or something, but it gave it to me. It's under innate. It's not like...
Then I would say if it's already on your sheet somewhere else, then no, you don't have to add it as a cantrip or anything.
Perfect. Thank you. Alright. And since I took the familiar abilities and stuff, I can add a familiar companion, correct?
Yep.
Alright. Because he has some interesting stuff. Excuse me.
All right. We now have a character chat set up in the Dragon Memories Discord. That is just you and I, and will be used for any player-specific discussion, any character-specific discussion, both when we're playing and also like if I have any notes for you, if you have any notes or questions for me in between games. That way it's all in one place and easy to reference. And your name in the server is also Arcticus. And then you will want to create an account on Foundry if you have not done so. You don't have to worry about paying for it. I've already got the paid version. And tomorrow, try and hop in. You said your Central Time. Try and hop in to the gameplay voice chat in Dragon Memories about 6:30, so that we can get everything loaded up and get your character sheet made and linked to you.
Right. So, do I need to add anything to my inventory or weapons or any of that?
I'll go ahead and give you 200 gold worth to spend on some basic equipment and everything like that. You'll notice I already added some stuff to your inventory, so you don't have to worry about buying that.
No, I don't see anything in my inventory. I have to refresh or something.
Yeah, try refreshing. Because, like, I gave you a bunch of basic adventurer's pack, spell book, wizard kit.
Okay, then it came up.
And then you see the other thing that you have.
Which one?
The second item on the list.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Nobody else knows you have that, so it's up to you whether or not you choose to share that with the party, but they don't currently have access to anything like that, and so it would be a great boon to them if you did. But yeah, like if you want to buy, whatever weapon you want to get yourself, if you want to get, fancy wizard's robes and shit like that, go ahead, spend up to 200 gold. I don't care. If you want any other magical items within that range, I will. I'll say I have to approve, but I probably won't have a problem with anything.
All right, let me see. Let me do that. Okay, so how do I do that?
Add items.
And then just search?
Yep, type in whatever you're thinking of.
Do I require like a focus? Do I have to have like a staff or something with a focus? I'm not sure the specifics.
I would recommend getting an arcane focus. It doesn't have to be a staff. You could, if you want to, that typical wizard image, then yes, we can combine arcane focus and quarterstaff. If you want to have them as separate things, if you don't want to use a staff, whatever your vision is for the character, we'll make it work. But yeah, you're definitely going to want to have a focus.
So I'll search for focus, and I don't think that's what I'm looking for. So, what do I need to look up for that? Create item. Ooh. Okay, oh. Or should I just create an item and make it something to work as my focus?
Actually, no, you don't even need a focus. It's divine that needs a focus. And that's just their holy symbol.
Okay. So what about spell components and stuff? Is that a thing where you have to have fleece to do this, or
yes and no?
To cast slow, you need molasses.
You have a material component pouch as part of your wizard kit, and so for all that kind of shit, it's included in there. For shit like a diamond worth 5,000 gold to do a true resurrection spell, you're gonna have to source the diamond. So if you don't have your wizard kit or your material components pouch, then yeah, you wouldn't have the components required. But components, the specific ones, they're basically flavor, and they are covered by the pouch.
Gotcha. Well, the wizard kit already has a staff in it.
Yep, yes it does.
So do I if I'm equipping that, do I have to do anything on the character sheet, or do I just leave it in there?
You would click on it, and then where it says scroll down on the right side, and you could go move it to unstored, But also, none of that matters because this is not your actual character sheet. Because we're going to rebuild it in Foundry. It's just a real bitch to try and figure out how to actually build it in Foundry when you don't know the end product that you're looking for.
Gotcha. Should I just take everything in the wizard kit and move it to unstored so it shows up on the list?
Yeah, you can do that. And actually, I can help with that too. I'll start clearing out the Adventurers pack.
Yeah, I've never used Foundry, so I'll have to like figure that out here in a second.
It's fairly intuitive for actual playing, but yeah, first time character setup is a bitch.
And even when you're playing at the beginning, you might not be able to find. I mean, takes me a second to find my perception check, the right button to click on my sheet, for example. Maybe that's just me, but
I mean, yeah, we're still kind of getting the hang of it ourselves. None of us had ever used it before we launched this campaign. So, and then we're just gonna get rid of all of these doubled up items, the bedrolls, the fucking chalk.
Yeah, that's fine. I can just remove the wizard kit now that it's empty, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see.
bring extra rope, please.
I was actually just gonna say, I'm gonna give you both of the 50 feet ropes, though.
Well, I'm often in caves and stuff. Rope's probably a must.
Yeah. And honestly, this party does not necessarily need more rope, but this party always needs more rope.
So, question, because I was reading on some of the oh crap, I forgot what they're called. Shishk. They don't eat as much as other races, and there's actually paths you can take to where it takes them like maybe a month to start starving. So would a rations pack for 1 week last longer for them compared to other races, or is that just like based on their race? That's a ration pack for 1 week.
I would say probably more like the former. That those, I mean, a 1 week ration is a pretty standard thing. So yeah, yours would probably just last longer. I don't run a beans, bullets, and band-aids campaign. Like, we're not tracking every single thing, so it's cool. It's probably not something that's gonna be a heavy focus in the game.
Okay.
But it's definitely something to keep in mind because I'm not gonna be tracking all of your rations day to day, but there could absolutely be something that happens to where all of the rations are ruined, and so it takes you longer to have a negative effect from that than the rest of the party. Like, something like that could happen, but yeah, I'm really not going to be checking your rations every single day or anything like that.
Okay, so you're giving me 200 gold to buy stuff, so what is the level on these items? Does that mean anything? Do you have to be like that level to use it, or is that just telling you like
no, that's
how
for
powerful it is?
Yeah, that's for like item power and for like rolling charts and shit like that.
Okay. Oh, I see. Price 65,000 gold. Okay, man. Calm down. Wait. A creature who dons these robes without earning them is clumsy, enfeebled, stupefied. What?
Fuck around and find out if you buy those.
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
They cost nothing, so it's like a creature who dons these robes without earning them is considered clumsy 3, enfeebled 3, stupefied 3 while wearing them. But gaining the a true seeing, but otherwise unable to use these robes' magic. So they gain true seeing, but they're like completely fucked over.
Yeah, that's basically all of your stats minus 6.
But you got true seeing. I can see 200 gold. There's a lot of stuff in here that's super expensive. Holy moly.
200 gold is actually a lot to start off with, dude.
I've been traveling a long time. Oh, that sounds like what he would wear. Or actually, maybe not. Actually, maybe no. No. Oh, that is kind of cool. I just heard a boop. Where's that at? Oh, that's here. Okay.
Yes, in the Arcticus chat. I'm giving you a homework assignment for tonight.
Tonight, motherfucker, it's almost 2 a.m.
Well, I mean, just before we go live,
It's
and
over. It's about morning.
yeah, fair for today. And it doesn't have to be like perfect or anything like that right now. Just basically use HeroForge.com, a really cool site. If you're not already familiar with it, you'll be glad to become familiar with it. Just make a mini and then kind of tell me how to make the same one. So because then I can take that and use that as your avatar in game. And that's how everyone else is on the map and whatnot. And I'll need about half as long as it takes you to make it. I'll need that long to recreate it, but simple tool. Great options though. I've got like 150 fucking minis saved in my folder on Hero Forge. That's why it's like it'll take me about half as long because I've got a lot of experience, and also because you will have already made the decisions.
So, what other kind of stuff, like, I don't know, like equipment slots and stuff for this one compared to the other game, like, I don't know what I'm going to need.
I mean, as a wizard, not much of anything. You really don't need to worry about armor. Kind of just clothes.
Not really.
If you have a fair heart to life, you bring some smokes.
When I play a wizard, I always like to have a backup spell book. And I know they can be kind of expensive. And like Ever-Burning Torch, even when you have Dark Vision, it's always good to have available.
Definitely get an Ever-Burning Torch, dude. Like, seriously, you're gonna need it.
He is not. He is not.
For the part, yeah. He will not.
I got Dark Vision.
Right, but...
Yeah, it's still good to have for, many other purposes. Like, They're good for signaling. They're good for a lot of shit. And you do have a couple
I
of
also have message.
you do have a couple of standard torches as well. You do not need an ever burning torch, but they're fairly cheap. They're worth having. It's not a bad idea to pick one up. But also like potions, always a good idea. Lots of stuff like that, consumables and stuff. And then I'm not really sure what the prices are on stuff like Headband of Intellect or other things like that or a Ring of Protection or something like that.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Even an immovable rod. Fucking gameplay implements of that are fucking amazing. Like,
I mean, teleport inside of a dragon, place the immovable rod, teleport out of said dragon.
You probably wouldn't want to teleport inside of a dragon.
Yeah. As long as you had a way out and you placed the rod in there, then he would have to rip it to get.
Oh no, I understand what you're going for with the immovable rod part of that. Although, yeah, teleporting inside of a living being is going to not be a good thing for you.
The only thing they didn't take into consideration was dragons are magical and they can do shit like that too.
Well, also, an actual limitation on the spell teleport is that you cannot use it to go inside of something. Like, it has to be an empty space.
Well, I looked up ring, and I don't see ring of protection. Let's see. Oh, there's load of more button. Okay.
Yeah, because if you look up ring of, you're going to get about a bajillion results.
Are you sure it's called ring of protection?
No, not at all.
Let me try advanced search. What traits would I be looking for? Armor class or category? It would be jewelry. What would that be? This is all new to me. I don't really. There's neck. Okay, ring. Here we go.
What do you want?
Oh, there you go. I like that. Nice find on the robe.
Yeah, isn't it cool?
Very cool.
I don't have to worry about what I look like then.
Yeah, that is super fucking handy.
Rings are just gonna be too expensive because even the cheap ones are like. Well, there's some cheap ones. Let's see.
What the fuck?
What?
Those gloves are crazy.
And they were cheap too.
Yeah.
That makes it to where I don't have to worry about that ever. I'll be like a sign language expert, I guess you could say.
However, this does not allow you to understand sign language, nor does it allow anybody else to understand sign language.
Correct, but they'll be able to see what I'm saying, even if I can't understand what they're saying, right?
If they are able to see it, yes.
Which can go a long way.
Yeah, no, I like it. It definitely opens up a lot of options, but it's also pretty clearly limited so that it can't really be broken.
Right.
Like, I really like it. It's very cool. It also does not seem to be a choice. Like, it's not an activated thing. You could stop it by taking the gloves off. But other than that, everything that you say is just going to automatically be... So you got to be mindful of that if you're trying to fucking tell secrets or shit talk somebody.
Well, it's like you don't even put the gloves on until you need them. And then you do what you need to do, and then you take them off.
Oh yeah, that'd probably be a better... I'm thinking you're going to be going around wearing the robe and the gloves most of the time. Like, that they would just be your regular outfit. So... Yeah, I guess if it's put them on and then used for what you need rather than take them off, that makes more sense.
Gotta remember to take them off, don't you?
But wait, Kevin, didn't you learn sign language? Like, as one of your choices?
I think so. I believe so. I have to look at my character sheet. It's not handy right now.
I love it because that actually does give that utility. And maybe a reason why you would actually be more keen to accept this random person. And also, he does look somewhat humanish. So...
But he does magic that's at odds with my faith and the one true God. So I don't think I'm going to get along with him very well.
His magic is not against your faith.
If he's doing ice magic, like you said, it's going to annoy me.
What? Say that again? What?
You have an ice magic spell, right?
A what?
Didn't you say something about a frost spell? Or am I completely making that up?
Oh, no, I have Ray of Frost as an innate magical ability because of where I come from.
Right. And my god is the sun god.
Yeah, the sun god, not the fire god.
But this race worships the sun god.
It does?
Yeah.
No, then I guess we're going to get along quite well.
I hadn't thought about that, actually. Yeah,
And they one of their racial traits is they enjoy bathing in the sun. They're subterranean, but they worship the sun god as a deity, and they enjoy sunbathing despite the fact that they're a subterranean race.
Well, you better be saying your prayers and doing your rituals right, because otherwise Farrah's going to be like, hey, get your shit together. And he's a little autistic, so...
I kind of really want that. Oh man. Yeah, I think I will get that. You never know when that will come in handy. So that robe I have, I can do the disguise once a day, but because of what it is, I can just make them look like however I want, right? Without it actually being a disguise, right?
It's not a disguise. It's adjustable clothing.
Right. But I can use that ability though as a disguise.
No. Disguise is like changing what you look like.
Yes, activate 1 minute interact in frequency once per day. Effect, you gain the effect of the first level illusory disguise.
But only affecting the robe, not you.
Oh, changing into another garment transfers the spell. Hold on. Only alters the appearance of the robe. Gotcha. Change it into another garment with an appearance of your choice. The spell persistence. Okay.
Yeah, so you can show up in town wearing adventurer's robes and then get invited to the palace, take a minute and walk in looking like a noble, but you can't like disguise yourself with it.
Right.
It means that you're never out of place based on your clothing as long as you have a minute to prepare. But yeah,
right.
It's still super helpful. But not, that would be busted. Once a day for free, I get disguise self, and it lasts until the next time I use it.
And then according to the description of it, it's like if I'm not using that, it's just translucent, so you don't even see it, right?
It says that it lasts until the next time you use it.
Well, I mean, it says it's naturally hazy and translucent. And it can take on the illusionary appearance of other fabrics and garments. That doesn't mean it has to, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you could just dispel the glamour, I guess.
I'd just be looking naked while wearing a robe, which that would kind of defeat the purpose, but it's still...
And I wouldn't necessarily say looking naked. Hazy and translucent, it's still going to be noticeable that it's there, but it would be kind of sheer-ish.
I'll be looking mighty harlot-ish.
Yeah, and like if you're wearing anything under the robe...
Why would you do that?
Well, armor for one. Probably not for a wizard, but...
Right, I don't know about in this game, but if I equip actual armor, does that hamper your spell casting?
Uh, I'm I'm not 100% sure on how, but yes.
Because I know in D&D, you put on light, medium, heavy, even gloves, your spell casting is gone.
Well, depending on the version, sometimes it's gone. Sometimes there's just penalties. And yeah, there are penalties somehow, some way, to spellcasting with armor, but I don't have them like memorized off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know there's like battle mages that are specifically heavy plate that can cast spells. But
Yeah,
that's like a whole thing of its own.
exactly. There's ways around anything. Primarily in feats usually, but yeah, as standard with spell casting, that it's a penalty for armor. I'm going to find the
I'm finding some gadgets.
class. Oh yeah, also as a wizard you are not trained in any armor, so you would also take penalties on using armor. Like you would have a better armor class without armor than you would if you put on leather armor.
Oh, that falls apart after you use it. That sucks.
All right, so your starting was 10 arcane cantrips and 5 first level arcane spells. And I told you had 16. How many cantrips did you pick? And how many first level arcane spells did you pick on that?
Let me see. Cantrips. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6. And first level. Oh, known or
Known.
okay. Oh, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know 6. Is it? Do I have to include the ones that are innate? Probably not.
No.
Yeah, I got 6. Is that?
All right, so take 4 more cantrips as spells known.
Okay, and how many level 1s do I get?
How many do you have?
5.
Okay, and you got 5 to start. So I'll give you, because you're level 3 now, I'll give you 2 more level 1s and 2 level 2s.
How many level 2s total?
2.
Gotcha. Okay, so I gotta take off a couple then.
Or no, if you already got, then just keep what you got.
Oh shit. What did I just take off then? Damn it, man. Oh, was the spell magic? Or was it? Yeah, it was the spell magic. You said 2 more level 1?
Yeah.
And how many cantrips was I supposed to have?
10.
Holy shit, okay. What is warp step? So, when it says stride, is that like a dash?
No, stride is the name of the action to move up to your speed.
Okay, because this says you gain +5 foot status bonus to your speed, so you get +5 to your movement. And then you stride twice.
Yeah. So that gives you
twice?
yeah, and basically the way that it works is because that's a 2 action. And okay, so this is the thing about Pathfinder 2 that is different from anything you've ever played before. Action economy is a lot simpler and a little bit more complex at the same time. There's no move, attack, bonus action. There's just 3 actions. You get 3 actions per turn. Everything is an action. Sometimes it's 2 actions, sometimes it's 3 actions. And so whenever you look at anything that you can do, it will have a symbol. It'll be a diamond for 1 action, 2 diamonds for 2 actions, 3 actions for 3 diamonds, or 3 diamonds for 3 actions.
Gotcha.
And then sometimes you'll see an inverted diamond. So most of the time it'll be a little white square up top and then the black base. Sometimes it'll be the little black square up top and the white base. That means that it is a free action. And then sometimes you'll see the Magic the Gathering tap symbol, and that means that it is a reaction.
But to enable reactions, you have to take an action at the beginning of the turn, right?
No.
You sure about that? Like,
it depends on the reaction.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I said for some reaction.
Oh, I didn't hear some.
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, yeah, for one of his reactions is shield block, and in order for him to be able to shield block, he has to have his shield raised. Shield raise is an action.
Yeah. I would think that wizards probably have similar ones because spells would require preparation, right?
Yes and no.
If the spell would be reactive, I mean. Like, would it generally be a status effect, or would it require the initial action of the casting to be taken in most cases?
What are you even asking me?
Yeah, never mind. It's okay.
Like, I'm just trying to figure out what you're getting at.
If a spell has a reactive element that's a free action, right? Generally, you would have to take the action of casting the spell to get the reaction, and then the reaction would become akin to a status effect.
right?
No.
Okay.
Oh damn! It's already fucking 3:16.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! This is our first extra long stream in a while. All right. So you took improved familiar attunement as your arcane thesis, right?
I believe so. Was that a mistake?
No, I'm just making sure that I was following and that we've got everything taken care of. Because one of the things that they changed about wizards for Pathfinder 2 is, especially as they've been kind of intentionally putting a little bit more of a shoehorn separation between Pathfinder terms and D&D terms, as wizards is circling the drain. So like there's no more races, now it's ancestries. There's no more spell levels, now it's spell ranks. There's instead of a move action, it's a stride action. Instead of an attack action, it's a strike action. So there's a lot of really minor, just technical naming shits that have been changed over. And then there are also some things that have really been changed. Like the entire concept of spell schools or schools of magic is actually been transformed into colleges of wizardry. So like you literally have to actually go to a wizard school in order to become a wizard. And that's why, for you being a diviner, yeah, no problem with that whatsoever. Being a universalist, no problem with that whatsoever. But as a Shisk, you probably would have had a hard time becoming an evocationist. Like, that's just not something your people do. That's not something the Frost Giants do. So that's something you would not have really been able to find a college of. I'm not saying impossible either. It just would have made for a much more convoluted backstory. And because it is a literal school or college of wizardry, in order to actually graduate to being a wizard, you kind of got to pass your doctorate. You have to do your thesis. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was on the same track, and that's where you got the improved familiar attunement.
So do I need to not?
No, you're good. You can keep improved familiar attunement. I was just making sure that I was on the same page. I think it's a good one. Making your familiar a lot stronger is really cool.
So what all can I add to my familiar then with all this? Like how many of their little things do I pick? But it doesn't really.
Here, I'm sending you the link in the character channel to what I'm looking at right now, so you can see the same. You gain the familiar wizard feat automatically. Your familiar gains an extra ability, and it gains an additional extra ability when you reach 6, 12, and 18 levels. Your connection with your familiar alters your arcane bond class feature so that you store your magical energy in your familiar rather than an item you own. You also gain the drain familiar free action instead of the drain bonded item. Drain familiar can be used anytime an ability would allow you to use drain bonded item and functions identically, except that you draw magic from your familiar instead of an item. So it basically allows you to combine your bonded item and familiar, and also gives your familiar additional abilities that it normally would never get. Like, typically you pick your familiar and you get one ability, but you're going to have 2 abilities, and then you'll get 3 more as you level up.
Okay, so it says normally they choose your they get 2 abilities, which can either be a familiar or a master ability. So they get 2, and then with that thing, the improved, I get an additional familiar and additional master. Or I just gain an additional ability, like, so then it would have 3 instead of 2.
Okay, let's check out the familiar feat. Okay, familiars rules. Familiars are mystically bonded creatures tied to your magic. Most familiars were originally... Okay, what is your familiar, first things first?
It's a elemental wisp.
And you do have the ability to do elemental?
Yeah.
Okay. Again,
my innate ability is Ray of Frost. I can definitely do ice. And I have what else did I pick as far as I have Scorching Ray.
Alright, yeah. I need to pull out the actual fucking book here.
And I have light and...
I mean, what spells you have has no bearing on what types of familiars you can have. But where
didn't really tell me all that.
My core rule book. There it is. Okay. Page 238. No, page 218.
Page 217. Because I can click on that, and that takes me to page 217, doesn't it? Oh, that wants me to buy it.
Alright. Familiars are mystically bonded creatures tied to your magic. Familiars are originally animals of the ritual. Alright, yeah, that's animal companions. Okay, 5 points per level. Size is tiny. Alright. Alright, your familiar has a move speed of 25. Each day, you channel your magic into 2 abilities, which can be either familiar or master abilities. If your familiar is an animal that naturally has one of these abilities, for instance, an owl has a fly speed, you must select that ability. Your familiar can't be an animal that naturally has more familiar abilities than your daily maximum familiar abilities.
Okay, so Elemental Wisp, it says it's Rage of Elements, page 43. Required number of abilities 3, and I would have 2 by default, and then 1 from the...
You don't have access to Elemental. That's a feat that you have to take farther on down the line. You would have to unlock the ability to have an Elemental familiar. That's what I was asking when I said that earlier, because... The only thing you can take for familiars as a base familiar is animals.
Well, it says they are granted the ability, not that it requires the ability. It says your familiar has the elemental trait and that of the animal trait.
If you were to add a element to your familiar, yes, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about having an elemental wisp as your familiar, and that would require a feat to allow you to have an elemental as a familiar. I know that feat exists. I don't know where it is or what requirements it is, but I know that it's out there. So I know it can be done. I don't think it can be done at level 3.
Let's see. Any character can gain a specific familiar, so as long as they already have a familiar with at least the required number of abilities listed in the specific familiar stat block. Such as familiar usually replaces an existing familiar, though it's all the results true form in case of transition. It's a lot of reading. Any character can gain a specific familiar, so as long as they already have a familiar with at least the required number of abilities listed in the specific familiar stat block. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have the Elements of Rage book. So I can't look at everything in context for it.
It's on Grand Bazaar, page 35. Well, let me look at that. So where do you see their stat block? I just don't understand the wording. with because you like when you get a familiar, you can put channel your magic into 2 abilities. But because I took that, oh fuck, what was it called again? The one we were just talking about. Where do I even look at that?
Your thesis, improved familiar. Yes.
That gives me an extra ability, so that gives me 3. And from what I read on the page, it says as long as, or is it, any character can gain a specific one as long as they are already familiar with at least the required number of abilities listed on their stat block, which it says the Wisp needs 3. Like most of the special ones need at least 3, and I have 3 now.
Well, where are you finding the Wisp?
It's on the Archive of Nethys, the page it sent me to, and then I did a search for Wisp, and it's down under Elemental Wisp. Says
okay,
Source,
then
Grand Bazaar, page 35, required number of abilities.
Send me
3.
the link.
Oh yeah. DM?
Yeah, that's fine. Or the character chat that we're already in.
And then on that page, if you just do a find for Wisp, it'll take you down and say Source, Grand Bazaar, page 35, required number of abilities 3. And then it tells you what abilities they grant. Oh, it says you can infuse your familiar with additional magic energy. You can select 4 familiar or master abilities each day instead of 2. That's what I was looking for.
All right, there we go. Thought so. So there are 2 elemental familiar feats. They're both level 4, which means you can do it next level.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh. But you will have to be an elementalist archetype, which you can take the elementalist archetype as your second level dedication to allow that to happen.
Where?
Did you take a dedication at level 2? I don't think so. Let me take a look.
I don't know. Wizard feat, archetype, dedication. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, there's a lot more in there than I thought. I didn't realize I could scroll the dang list. Huh. I just thought it was the 5 it was showing me. There's a big old list there, isn't it?
Yeah, so where you went with Alchemist dedication, you probably want to go with Elementalist there.
There is no Elementalist, it don't look like. Unless it's... Yes, but I don't... Oh, wait, it doesn't go that way. Okay, I see.
Does that have to be higher than...
There's one called Familiar Master Dedication, too.
You said you already took Enhanced Familiar as a feat, right?
Yeah.
So Familiar Master would give you that for free, allowing you to choose another feat.
But in order to get a wisp, I'd need the Elementalist one, right?
Yeah, and I'm still trying to find that. See if it might be... Okay, here it is. Alright, yeah, you just have to scroll down way farther because it's in the question mark part.
Oh, I see. I found it. Okay, so I'll have to go and change it for now.
Yeah.
I'll be able to change it right back next level.
But it won't be Frost.
Right.
I mean, well, I guess we could just do air and then
that's
kind of
what
skin it as Frost.
Well, yeah, I was just going to do it as air because it would. I already had a picture of air on there. So I'm going to leave that one on there so I'll remember. And then where's the list of ones I can pick? Is there a list? Let's see. Familiar ability specific familiar desert. Familiars have the main. Okay, yeah. Familiar ability. Okay, yeah. But is there a list? Or do you just make up one?
I don't know. I'm not... I'm kind of glad that we didn't have a wizard in the opening party just because this shit is so much more fucking complex. So, I'm glad that we got more figured out with the system and with Foundry before tackling this. Because, yeah, it's a lot.
The core rulebook, page 217. Let's see.
That's where I just was, and I didn't really see an actual list of what.
The size tiny, yes, it's okay, but does it like? I guess it's just flavor, and it don't have like any bonuses or anything. It's just flavor for whatever.
Yeah, no, it's literally like every familiar is just going to have a speed or a swim speed of 25 feet. And then everything else kind of comes from the abilities that you put into them. And they're tiny. They have 5 hit points for each of your levels. So no matter what your familiar is going to have 15 HP.
Unless you choose tough.
Yeah. I mean, everything can be adjusted. Save modifiers and AC are equal to yours before applying circumstance or status bonuses or penalties. Its perception, acrobatics, and stealth modifiers are equal to your level plus your spellcasting ability modifier. It can't make strikes, but it can use trained skill actions for skills for which it adds your spellcasting ability modifier. If it attempts an attack roll or other skill check, it uses your level as its modifier. It doesn't have or use its own ability modifiers and can never benefit from item bonuses.
Gotcha. No. Can't we just say it's a wisp that's not elemental? It's just.
Oh my god.
That's what it is. And it doesn't get like none of the specific stuff that they get. It's just gets whatever I pick for the day.
Just shut up all of a sudden?
I am reading, trying to make things work.
I was wondering if my speakers stopped working.
Nope, just your ears.
Actually, that was kind of a thing earlier, but I digress.
I'm gonna go get rid of some of this coffee and think I'll be right back.
Why would you get rid of coffee, man?
Because I already ingested it.
Oh.
I think he's going to pee.
Yes. So whereabouts are you from?
Currently or originally?
Both?
I live in Minnesota right now. I'm from
Okay.
West Virginia.
Oh, it's a West Virginia accent. I thought you were like, I was guessing Louisiana or something.
I've lived in New York, West Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, Minnesota.
Were you military or?
No, just stupid.
Okay. In case I didn't mention it or Rick didn't, I am in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, which is like the Texas of Canada, so to speak.
Yeah, it's not terribly far from where I'm at.
No, you said you're in Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
My wife is flying back through Minneapolis on the 30th. She went to see her parents in Virginia. My wife's American. She went to see her parents in Old Virginia.
Old Virginia?
Oh, yeah, that's what I call it. All those fucking Confederate thingies and battlefields. And...
Yep.
It's a strange place because Northern Virginia is pretty wealthy and Southern Virginia is not. Like, the difference between Richmond, Virginia and like the northern counties of DC is pretty significant. Sorry, the northern counties of Virginia that are just south of DC, like near the Pentagon, where about
yeah.
my
I
in-laws.
was gonna say, where I'm from, there wasn't a whole lot of rich stuff going on.
In which state? In Virginia?
West Virginia.
Oh, right. I mean, I've driven through West Virginia. I even stopped there. It's a beautiful country, like beautiful landscape, but it seems dirt poor.
Yeah, it's all trees and coal mines.
Yeah, what's the name of that town the university's in? Went to
Charleston, Beckley, Bluefield.
No, West Virginia University, the one with the blue and gold thingy.
Oh. I don't fucking know.
I was there for a week at some point. Kind of nothing to do.
WVU's in Morgantown.
Morgantown, that's it. Yes, that's where it was. For a conf. Great. That was good enough. But I do love those hills you drive through on the interstate when you're going from Ohio to West Virginia. And you have those like pull-offs in case your brakes fail.
That's because it gets so foggy, they need those.
Yeah, they're hilarious. It's like I've always wanted to see a truck go into one, but I never had the pleasure.
It's also less because of the fog and more because of the slope.
Yeah, I would think.
Well, yeah, because some idiots will sit there and ride their brakes till they give out, and then they don't have them.
There you go. People probably can't afford new brakes.
They don't have a Jake brake, they're fucked.
For someone like me who doesn't drive, a Jake brake is a handbrake?
No, Jake brake is a Jacobs engine retarding process. It's an exhaustive braking system that automatically takes effect as soon as you take your foot off of the accelerator in trucks.
Oh, as in trucks, as in
trucks. Yeah.
Big trucks, yeah. It's like my brother used to drive a truck. He had one. It was just a lever on the side. You flipped it, and when you took your foot off the accelerator, it just choked the engine to where the engine was just gasping for air and fuel, and it made this really loud popping noise, and it just because it just slowed down.
So it's kind of like a safety, right?
Yeah, it kind of takes the exhaust and it actually feeds it back into the fucking motor to choke it out.
Yeah, I got it.
It's just like turning the choke up on like a weed eater or lawnmower or something.
Or
how fast it goes. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So if you turn the choke wide open, it's going to,
yeah.
slow.
Yeah. I understand what that means, oddly enough.
So they flip that on and they just coast down the mountain, letting the engine kill itself.
Well, it's not their truck, is it? Most of the time.
Most of the time.
It's actually a lot better for the truck than anything else.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you're not
Better-
riding
better
your
than
fucking
braking the whole
brakes.
time.
Oh, okay. Fair
And
enough.
you're not crashing off the fucking side or having to go into one of those pits. Which, I mean, if you have to go into one of those runoff pits, you're
Oh, you fucked.
it's costing a pretty penny to get you back out. Because they're designed for one thing: stopping you.
And isn't your trailer going to jackknife pretty much certainly?
No,
Not
because it's getting slowed
necessarily,
down at the same rate you are.
But everything inside of it's gonna go slam into the front, and it might end up like looking like an accordion.
That part, yes.
No, fair enough. Like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing that one day as long as no one got injured.
Oh, just YouTube it. You'll see it.
Oh.
Jackknifing is more of a either backing up or like icy road conditions.
Got a lot of those in Canada, and we got a lot of jackknife trucks in the 401.
Yeah.
And there's an entire TV show about it. Terrible TV show, but mind you, TV show nonetheless. Damn, all my guns fucking work.
Alright, it's almost 3 a.m. Do I need to worry about anything else right now?
No, we're good. I will continue.
Majority.
Huh?
It looks like I've got the majority of it, like, set.
Yeah. I'll continue plugging away on some stuff, and since I have your character sheet, I might be able to get it built for you in Foundry before we start.
Yeah, let me log into that shit before I can at least log in and create an account or whatever. I've been up since I got up at 6 yesterday, so I've been up 21 hours now.
Yeah, I get you.
Where's my thing you sent me? The Hero Forge, okay. And,
You want to log into Hero Forge or Foundry?
Foundry is what I was talking about for making the character sheet. Hero Forge is to make the image that I can put with the...
Oh, it's just making an image. I get you.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have to do this now. I can do that in no time tomorrow when I get up.
Exactly. But yeah, just go ahead and get you some rest. If you can hop on a little earlier, give us more time to get through everything. I'll be on fairly early.
I'll just message you when I get up, and I'm sure it will be plenty of time.
Yeah.
Before.
Have you ever used StreamYard before?
What is it called?
StreamYard?
I don't think so.
Because we live stream the campaign. Do you webcam or no webcam? What's your deal?
Oh, I haven't had a webcam plugged up in...
Okay, so you're a voice-only guy?
Yeah, I don't even think I have a... I know I have one, but I don't think I've ever had one plugged up to this PC.
Okay, so, I mean, we could just walk you through... It's like an idiot-proof system. It's just normally people log in with a webcam. If you can log in with just audio.
I've got one. I'd have to find it. It's got to be here somewhere, plugged up. I've got two computers sitting here. One's the one I'm actually using, and one's one sitting beside my desk that I upgraded from that I probably haven't turned on in about 3 or 4 years.
Gotcha.
So it's probably just plugged up back there somewhere. I've never needed one on my PC. I've got a fucking cell phone. Why would I need a webcam?
No, fair enough. No, I mean, we're both streamers, Rick and I, right? So we have the old webcams.
And you can also connect to the StreamYards on the phone so that it's not taking up the bandwidth from the computer if you have any kind of problems with that like I do.
I'm sorry,
No. I can play pretty much any game out there.
Oh, yeah, you can play BG3, so yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, that's right. Durr.
But if you had a potato, I'd recommend connecting on your cell phone.
not only that, I'm playing BG3 with like 30, 40 mods installed.
Sounds like a lot.
Well, they didn't add all the races from 5e, so I had Azamar and vampires and all. You can add all that shit with mods, and you can add all the 5e spells, and you can add up to level 20 to where you can actually make a full blown character up to level 20 and get all those crazy stupid wish spells and all that stuff.
Doesn't that kind of fuck with the campaign though?
Hell yeah, it does.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't mean you can't do it.
Right.
It would make stuff stupid easy unless you download the other mods that added more creatures and made the game harder and added a red dragon to the end of the first area you go to that would raffle stomp you unless you had said shit.
What's raffle stomping?
You don't know what raffle stomping is?
What the hell?
I don't think we have that up in Canada.
It's like a waffle stomp, only funnier.
Huh.
Have you ever heard of the raffle copter?
Can't say that I have.
Wow.
The raffle copter.
God damn, you Canucks are backwards.
How old are you?
38 years old, sir.
You're in the right age. I'm 41.
Well, I'm Canadian. And Rick is theoretically Canadian, but he's down here in America with you guys. And I was in America.
Well, in theory and in practice is two totally different things.
Yes, it is. Rick is a Florida man now.
No.
I'm fucking with you.
Oh, shit. That's fighting words, dude. You don't just call someone a Florida man. That ain't cool.
Wait, is Florida man that big of an insult for you Americans?
Florida man is an
Sometimes.
insult to anybody with a brain.
Is it really?
I thought it was more like a joke.
It is a joke. But you don't actually fucking call somebody a Florida man unless they're a fucking Florida man. Unless they took bath salts and ate somebody's face off. Unless they broke into a construction site, stole a goddamn excavator, drove that excavator to a private airport, used that excavator to pick up an airplane, and then started swinging it around, moving it up and down in the air, and making airplane noises.
Do you have a backup character prepared, sir?
Oh, funny. But Rick, so basically what you're saying is I can call you a Florida man now.
No.
Have you not done all that?
Is the character gonna die?
I have not attempted to surf during a hurricane using a gator as a surfboard.
Sounds fun. I mean, not for me. Sounds fun for other people. Who the fuck is the fucking Rick? And Chris, right? It is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of Entropy the Universe?
I think you brought it up before.
Sounds familiar.
The MMORPG with a full cash economy?
Yes, you definitely brought it up before.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to onboard you, Rick.
You would have had a great opportunity for that last night on New Game Tuesday when you weren't here in the chat.
Yeah, I could not be here last night. I was too addicted to Entropy Universe. But
Anyway, I'm gonna get some sleep.
Yeah, have a good night, Chris. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be here.
how about them apples?
So what are your thoughts?
Are we on or offline right now?
We are still connected.
What does that mean?
We're still live.
Oh, well, my thoughts are
Held up? Okay.
Yeah, probably. I think I'll say this. I think it's interesting that we're gonna have a wizard in the party.
I'm kind of excited to have a fucking caster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very excited to have a fifth player.
Right. That part. I mean, in theory, I am as well. And should it happen in practice, that will be a very good thing. I dare say.
Ooh, these are nice. My girl got me some fucking, like, you know the Peachy Rings candy?
Oh, yeah.
But hot.
Spicy ones? Like habanero?
Yeah. I mean, they're not super spicy. At first, I was not impressed with the heat level at all. But after I ate 2 of them and then, like, stopped eating and started typing and talking for a minute, like, it's building up pretty nice. It's not, like, painful, but it definitely lets you know it's there.
I mean, that's what you want. What was I eating a few days ago that was very similar? Oh, Meredith's been gone since the 19th. So I've been doing, like, kind of...
2019. Wow. It's a long trip.
But she went to see her parents, blah, blah, blah. So I've been eating the shit she doesn't like. But, and also just a complete degenerate. Even more so than usual. And, I got some guacamole from, like, it feels like it's the equivalent of Trader Joe's a little bit, this place called, Calgary Co-op. Anyway, not that she doesn't eat guacamole, but she wouldn't eat the spicy guacamole. And I got the guacamole, and I'm like, this is not really spicy. And then I ate, like, 10 chips with the guacamole, and I'm like, well, it's not spicy, but it fucking packs punch. Like, over time. It's gonna wear you down, right?
Yeah.
Like, just the aggregate of the mildly spicy.
And she got me this other hot sauce. I haven't tried it yet, but it's called Frostbite. And it's literally, it even advertises, it's like, no flavor, just heat.
Have you ever tried, I did this once, but then I chickened out. Just putting pepper spray on food?
No.
I think it'd be a cool idea for someone who has a high... I mean, you've been pepper sprayed, I presume, right, in the military?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I was pepper sprayed once, sort of. I was collateral damage when they were taking a guy down at the Greyhound terminal who was acting crazy. But I did once accidentally pepper spray myself. I was really drunk, and I was fucking around with the pepper spray can. It was like a good time. But, yeah, I mean, that shit's pretty brutal. Like,
yeah.
It lasts a while.
And I can't technically say that I've been pepper sprayed either, like mace, like the civilian shit, because, yeah, it was military. It was actually military police training. And so it was OC spray, which is basically a different version of pepper spray, but
it's an irritant rather, like a chemical irritant rather than pepper based. I don't
know. It is pepper based. OC means oleoresin capsicum.
Oh, it is still capsicum based. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. I thought it was synthetic for some reason. The OC spray. I must be thinking of something else.
Maybe the CS gas, the gas chamber shit.
No, wait, gas chamber shit. Oh, the one you use in the military, like the.
Yeah, the military gas chamber, not the fucking Nazi gas chamber.
Right, or the execution gas. Right. But did you have to do the CS gas thing too?
Oh yeah. Tons. And then a lot of times, like, I was a driver, so a lot of times I'd be like the safety driver because I mean, basically everybody goes through the gas chamber at least once a quarter. And so
I didn't realize it was that frequent.
Yeah, so like entire companies are going at a time, blah blah blah, and they always have to have an ambulance driver present.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm the driver, so I just go, and I never have to go through with them, but I'm there all fucking day, and I'm bored out of my ass. So I go in also, and like because it never even bothered me even going through. Like, it'd burn a little bit, whatever. But as I started going in more and more frequently, it got to the point where it really wasn't. But there were a few times I went through and I did the entire like hour-long session without a mask at all. I just went in barefaced and just fucking took it. Breathed deep, doesn't matter. Like, and I was also at that point. Every payday, 1st and 15th of every month, I was buying 4 cartons because I didn't want to be the guy trying to bum cigarettes the last couple of days before payday. So instead, I was the guy that everybody came to bum cigarettes a couple of days before payday. And I got sick of that shit real quick. So one of those times I went into the gas chamber with no mask. I took in a brand new pack. I opened it in there, and then I dumped the motherfucker out on the ground. Now, one thing you gotta understand about CS gas. It's very poorly named. It is not a gas. It is a crystal. So they light it on fire, it goes up into the air, that's where you breathe it and all that shit, but then it settles. And those chambers are not very well cleaned. So I dumped the cigarettes out on the ground and they're now rolling around in months and months, if not years, worth of settled CS gas crystals. Now, I'm not that big of an asshole, and I didn't want to have anybody's dead body on my conscience, so the first thing I did when I stepped out of the gas chamber was light one of those cigarettes.
Boy, that must have been a very interesting experience.
Honestly, it wasn't as bad as I expected it to be, but yeah, it was definitely like, oh, that's kind of spice. Wait, what? Something's kind of off here.
What's going on?
And I knew what to expect. So over the next few days, I started surreptitiously every once in a while passing them out. Like every 5th person that asked me for a cigarette or something, I give them one of those. And then the word started to spread.
You got the special cigarettes.
Yeah, after about a week, nobody asked me for cigarettes anymore for a good couple of months until everyone was fairly certain that I didn't have any of them left.
Overseas at that point? Or were you in Japan?
No, this was over in Japan, actually.
Oh. Were you paying American PX prices for cigarettes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the carton was what, like $30? $40 back then?
Probably like 25, because I was also buying the Sonomas or whatever, the knockoff brand Marlboro Reds.
Fuck. Okay. Since Meredith left, I'm now, speaking of 2 cartons, I'm on the last pack of 2 cartons of cigarettes since the 19th. That's a lot of smoking.
Yeah.
That's probably how much I used to smoke when I was in grad school. Because when she's gone, I smoke indoors.
Yeah.
So then I frantically spend the last 2 days before she comes back airing out the house. And then on the day she comes back, I make something very fragrant on the fucking stove. And yeah, it generally masks the odor long enough for it to go away. Oh, I also open every window in the house even though it's winter. But it's audible fucking mild here. It's like 8 Celsius.
Oh, wow.
Warmest Christmas I've ever had. But whatevs. It's all good. Actually, no, I think I was in Virginia one Christmas and it was warmer than this. Because I remember we went golfing. And there is still snow and ice on the ground because it freezes over at night. So, but it's still fucking warm. Like,
yeah.
This is climate change at work, I presume.
Oh yeah, no, that doesn't exist. Climate change isn't real.
No.
And on that note, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and say goodnight. Thank you so much for hanging. As always, I have been Rick. You've been on the mountain, and it has been a wonderful time. We will see y'all in about just a little under 16 hours for the Two Door Saga. And in the meanwhile, keep kicking ass, because you